In all the known universe, there is no more precious resource than the spice melange. Found only on the harsh desert planet of Arrakis, control of the spice is a focal point of conflict among the great houses of the Imperium. In its pursuit, those vying for power seek alliances and support to secure their position. The governing councillors of the Landsraad, the Chome Company and its insatiable hunger for profit, the far-sighted Bene Gesserit, the Spacing Guild with its monopoly on fold space travel, the Fremen, resilient warriors of the desert, even the Emperor himself is not above the struggle for dominance. Conflict is inevitable, and its outcome is uncertain. One thing is certain, however. Whoever controls the spice controls the universe. Hey everybody, welcome to Dune Imperium! How exciting is this? A new Dune game! I'm excited. I haven't played a Dune game since I played Gale Force 9's reprint of the original Dune game, which was some months ago. But we've got a new movie, we've got a bunch of new games, and it's exciting to check this stuff out. So, I hope everyone's as excited about Dune as I am. And yeah, things are going to get spicy. Yeah, so we're really going to be testing my memory of the books as well here, because I haven't read those in a long time, and I can just about remember what's going on. But we have, of course, got the game all set up here, and what we're going to be doing is playing Dune Imperium, which, if you don't know anything about this, is, of course, the new game from Direwolf Games, and it is a Dune game. And actually, there is a sort of a flurry of Dune games in the wake of this new Denis Villeneuve movie that's coming out. And so this is one of them. There's also going to be a new Dune Imperial something role-playing game. And there is actually a reprint of the Gale Force 9 Dune game as well, with the movie theme over the top of it. And they say they've streamlined the rules and simplified things, but we're not talking about that today, or any of that other new Dune stuff. What we're talking about today is this, which is Dune Imperium. So, if you don't know anything about Dune, well, we can talk a little bit about Dune for a hot minute, but it is a series of sci-fi novels that came out in the 70s, and then it was written by Frank Herbert, and then his son Christopher wrote a bunch of them as well, and it is set in the far distant future, the year's 10,000 something, and we have conquered, humanity has spread to space, conquered all of these different planets, and separated into all these different factions within the empire. And so there are these noble houses, and they all represent the these different factions, and they all have their own internal politics and infrastructures and things like that. But there's also the emperor, who's kind of ruling over all of it. And at the heart of all of this sort of turmoil and political intrigue is this planet here, known as Dune, the planet Arrakis, where the spice melange is found. And the reason that's important is because without the spice, space travel is impossible. So it plays this key tactical role in essentially all of the goings on of everybody in the universe. And so the way they kind of work is they take turns. The noble houses essentially take turns being custodians of Dune. And while you are the custodian of Dune, it's sort of a golden age for your house, because you've got access to the spice and Dune and all the political power that comes with that. But it's not without its pitfalls as well, because, of course, everyone's got it out for the custodian of Dune, and they all want to have a go at whoever's got that power. They've sort of like painted a target on yourself. And, everyone wants to control Dune themselves and, figure out some way to control the spice. And so, on chat, you can correct me here if I get anything wrong, but I'm just going off what I best remember about Dune. Oh, Eddie, did I say Christopher? I meant Brian. I think I was thinking. I think I confused Brian Herbert and Christopher Tolkien there. Yeah, Brian Herbert is Frank Herbert's son who wrote the later novels. And Eddie, that's super cool that your friend worked on that. Um, that's super cool. Hey, Difter, thanks for joining the stream. So what we've got here on the game board here is sort of two areas, but ultimately what this game is a deck building and worker placement game. So if you don't know anything about board games, that means essentially we're going to have a deck of cards here that give us special powers, and we're going to be putting cards into and taking them out of this deck in order to affect what we can do on the game board. Simultaneously, we've got a couple of little guys here, and we've got the option of unlocking another guy over here, and we're going to be putting them out onto spaces on the board in order to get different powers as well. And that's pretty much what happens in Dune Imperium. But ultimately, what we want to do is gain these victory points, which you will recognize from this yellow symbol here. And whoever gets the most victory points at the end of the game will be the winner. So you'll get, and the game end is actually triggered in one of two ways. Either when someone reaches 10 victory points, that will trigger the end of the game, or you can also trigger it by running out this conflict deck, which I've got right here. So I've got these little conflict cards, which I haven't set up yet, but we'll set this deck up, and this will determine who when the game will end. So this acts like a timer in case nobody reaches 10 points. But you can also get you get points for all manner of things. There are points available here. So actually, I should explain the layout of the board here is kind of thematic. It's based around the political situation on Dune. So you've got these spaces here along the middle of the board, which actually represent the physical locations on Dune. So we've got these three spaces along the bottom, which represent the deserts, and this is where you can find the spice resource, which is represented by these little orange tokens here. And the spice is, of course, the spice melange, the gateway to interstellar travel, and an incredibly valuable resource. And then we've got these spaces along the top here as well, and these are other areas on the planet of Dune. These are the sort of cities where the politics will happen and things like that. So these are areas you can. All right, I think we're back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. That was the weirdest thing, but anyway, the point is we're back. So let's get back to it. So what we've got here is the area associated with the Landsrad, which is where politics and things are going to be happening, and this is a sort of another. It's associated with the areas of Dune. These three areas here, and what's going on up here is sort of interaction with the different sort of local entities that exist on Dune. So you've got the High Council and various different sort of parts. You've got the Mentat here, the Mentat space, which is sort of like the acquiring of a valuable resource. This is one of the things I actually love about the Dune lore. And so you can see here it actually says Landsrad Council. But the Landsrad are this group of people who all have influence on Dune. They control land and they control troops and things like that on the planet. But the Mentat is actually a human who has specialized in cognitive discipline. It's such a cool thing about Dune. Basically, the idea is that AI is completely banned because there was this huge war between humans and AI after we'd sort of developed it to the point where it became intelligent, and then it rebelled against us and tried to wipe us out. So all AI and intelligent computers are all banned, and Mentats are humans that have sort of dedicated themselves to cognitive disciplines in order to carry out the functions a computer would normally perform. So you can go here and get a Mentat, which gives you like an extra worker. You got rally troops. This is just put more dudes out on Dune. But so that's a sort of another space here. And over here you've got the Chome organization, and they're associated with these same parts down here. The Chome, it is an acronym. Cannot remember what it stands for, but they're an economic entity, and they're in charge of a lot of what they do is sell spice and ship spice around. So you can secure a contract here, or you can go and sell a bunch of spice for money. There are three resources in the game. There's spice, money, and water. And that brings us over here to this side of the board here, where we've got 4 of the main factions that are sort of influencing the scene in the universe. The universe. So, there's if you're watching this live, you'll notice there's been a little bit of Harkonnen sabotage here, but we're going to press on and not worry too much about that. So, the first faction you got to deal with up here is the Emperor. That's the Emperor of the Imperium, of course, ruler of everything. And the Emperor is he's got power and influence. So if you go visit the Emperor, you can gain some money, or you can get a bit of money and troops, and also an intrigue card, which are these guys over here, which we can talk about a bit later. But you can also gain influence with the Emperor by progressing up this track. And if you get to the first step, you'll get some victory points. There's been a few power cuts here, and I'm not sure if we missed the talk about victory points. Did I tell you guys when the game ends? But yeah, so if you progress up here, you get a victory point. If you get all the way to the top, you get another victory point, and you also get to claim this victory point. But unlike this one, where everybody gets this when they get to level 2, they all get a victory point. If someone surpasses you, then they can take this victory point from you, so you'll lose that victory point. So this token goes to whoever is higher up on the influence ladder here, and of course if you get to the top position, nobody can overtake you, so you're safe. Essentially, this is only claimed when someone gets in front of you. So there are 4 factions, which means there are 8 victory points available across all the factions here as well. So that is one way to gain victory points. And so we've got here we've got the Spacing Guild, and again there's just 2 more places here then that allow you to claim these folded space cards, or you can go down here, get a bunch of troops and water when you take the Highliner space, which is the spaceship that the Spacing Guild actually use to bring in massive amounts of resources to Dune. And then here you got the Bene Gesserit. They're a faction of, and I'm going to get some of this lore wrong, so I apologize in advance, but it's been a long time. And you know what, even when I read the books, I'm not sure I fully understood the role of the Bene Gesserit, but they've got this, their whole thing is like, they've got selective breeding, and their whole thing is gene manipulation through selective breeding, and they're seeking to create some kind of superhuman through this breeding program that they've got, and that's kind of their vision. And they've got this sort of superhuman that they're trying to create, and that kind of goal mixes in with the Fremen's prophecy down here, which we'll talk about in a second. But the point is, when you come over here, you can get involved in the Bene Gesserit secrets. They're a secretive order of sort of people manipulating what's going on in the galaxy in order to achieve their mysterious aims. So you've got the secret space down here, which lets you gain a intrigue card, and also if any of your opponents have 4 more cards, you can take one of theirs. So that's really good. Not going to matter in the solo game so much. I'll go here to get a secret card, but my opponents will never have 4 in the solo game. And then up here you've got this selective breeding space where you can actually trash a card and draw 2 cards. So this is good for honing your deck, which is quite thematic really, because what you're doing here is, you know, you're making your deck, you're improving your deck in the same manner I suppose selective breeding breeds better people, in theory, according to the Bene Gesserit. And then down here you've got the Fremen faction, and they're the residents, they're the inhabitants of Dune, the ones that live there. Their whole thing is surviving on the planet, on the desert. So you can see both of their spaces are actually located on Dune, and you can come down here to get water or to get troops onto Dune as well. But you've got to be careful because water is super precious and really valuable, and you have to spend it if you want to go to this space up here. But yeah, I think I don't know if we actually covered the whether or not the when the game ends, because I think there's a little hiccup there with the stream. But the game will end when someone gets up to 10 victory points here, or when the conflict deck, which I'm going to build, runs out of cards in it. And so I was just saying that you can get the victory points by gaining influence with these 4 factions here. You can gain victory points through these intrigue cards. They've all got different criteria on them. You can also gain victory points by winning the conflicts, which are battles that are going to take place on Dune. And you can also gain a victory point by acquiring this Spice Must Flow card into your deck as well. It's just really expensive. Let's see if the camera wants to collaborate with me here on this one. Come on, buddy. There we go. It doesn't like this 9 there. That's actually blue, that iconography, but never mind. Anyway, this card just gets you spice, but it also gets you a victory point. So whenever you see the sun, or the, well, it's actually supposed to be Arrakis, but whenever you see the yellow planet symbol here, it's a victory point. And you can lose victory points. It's actually also possible to lose influence. So if you go up here and you claim a victory point for meeting this influence here with the Fremen, and then you go back down, you actually lose that victory point until you go back up. So that is possible, but it's just it's rare, but it can happen. It's probably, I think, mostly probably to do with the intrigue cards. Although I think some of the cards, when you buy them, also cost you influence. So you might elect to lose an influence somewhere as well. But I haven't seen all of the cards in this deck because I've played through the solo version one time, and so I saw very few of these cards. I never played this with other people, so I'm an expert in the solo version, and I can explain that to you. So what we can do is we can actually cover all of these different spaces as we go through the game, but the game takes place in rounds, and the rounds just repeat until one of the 2 end game conditions is met. We can actually take a quick look here at this card here, which shows the entire game round in summary. But I'm not just going to read you this, but I will summarize. The rounds start, which involves people just drawing up a hand of cards, and then players take turns taking an agent turn until they run out of their little people, and then they do what's called a reveal turn, which is essentially where you're going to have a chance to improve your deck. And then combat's going to take place, so the actions you took in the agent turn and the cards you revealed during your reveal turn might influence the combat that takes place on Arrakis. And then there's a maker turn where the worms might produce extra spice if you were well behaved. And then during the recall step, it's basically just sort of clean up, where we do a victory check to see if anyone's won, and then we clean up the board and get ready for the next round. Dan says there is a common mechanism where you lose influence on one track to gain 2 on another. Yes, that might happen on some of the cards here. So this is the deck of cards we're going to be using to build our deck, but there's a great many of them, and actually I don't know how many we'll see come out. In the previous solo game I played, I think we saw about 20 of these cards, so we'll see. I've got 5 set up here as well to become the opening marketplace. But we've got the little camera set up there, so we can go and have a look at those in more detail when I flip them face up. 2 of it in the Imperial deck. Well, there is a high chance you'll see more of these cards in a 3 or a 4 player game. Yeah, Dan says he's got some house rules for cycling the Imperial deck. I've heard that from a few people, that they'll house rule cycling this deck. So there are a few things I was going to say about this solo mode, actually. The first is that Direwolf have put together an app that you can download on your Steam or on your iOS or Android phone, and you can use that app to manage the AI and they say it makes a more streamlined process. But they've also provided this deck here of House Hagel cards, which are used to manage the AI in the solo mode as well. Once again, they're a bit blue, so apparently we've lost the card there. But you can see it there as well. And I'm going to use the cards for this live stream. And then if we ever play again, I'll maybe try the app and we'll see what we think about the difference. Dan says the app is excellent. I have no doubt that it might be very... Well, I don't know, actually. But I'm sure that it's... I'm sure that it is at least as good as the deck of cards. But like I said, we should we'll do this first play with the deck of cards and see what we think, and then we can move over to the app at some point in the future if we decide to play again. Jonathan's just joined the stream. He says, "Have you played this competitively and in solo?" Jonathan, I played this game one time. I played this game solo. I played on the baby easy mode, and I played as our boy, where is he? Paul Atreides, which is the recommended starting character. But you've got all these different characters from the world of Dune. Paul Atreides is, of course, the main character in the novel, and he is the Bene Gesserit's chosen. Hey, so yes, also as I was saying, Paul Atreides, the main character from the books, and also the Kwisatz Haderach as well. So, you know, he's but they've all got different, these guys all have different difficulty levels. So he's a 1 level, and then you've got all these other, and these characters actually, I mean, I remember Vladimir Harkonnen. He's the sort of the main villain. He's 3. Hey, so we're not going to give up. We're going to press on. I can only accuse the heat. It's very thematic, but it is hot in here, so must be something. Anyway, I've changed some stuff around, so hopefully the stream should stay up for a little while longer. For those of you watching this in the future who don't see any of this stuff, sorry for the little blips around there. But yeah, I was just talking about Baron Vladimir Harkonnen and how he's the baddie from the movies, and he's 3-level difficulty. Anyway, we've got all of these different characters that you can play as well as 2 more down here. And so I thought we could pick one to play as live on the air. So that would be fun to do together. Now, the last game I played, I was Paul, and I was playing against Earl Memnon Torvald and Glossu the Beast Raban, and I was on 11, the Beast was on 10, and Torvald was on 8. So it was super close, and I found it really difficult. But I was also playing on baby mode. So we've got here these different difficulties for the solo mode as well. And you can see that there is, in fact, 3 levels of difficulty. The Mercenary, the Sardaukar, and the Mentat. And then you can actually play on Kwisatz Haderach, which is Mentat plus. So I don't know if I'm ready to put it up to Sardaukar yet, but let's see what we think. So we can. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to play Mercenary, Sardaukar, or Mentat? And shall we use? We can use Vladimir Harkonnen. So we can have a quick look at everyone's abilities. I found Paul's ability generally quite. I feel like I might have known you been able to use it a bit better in if I knew the game better, but Paul's got this ability where he can draw a card. So his Discipline, which is an ability that triggers when he plays a card from his deck, is to draw another card. And he's got Prescience as well, which lets him look at the top card of his deck at any given time. And what's interesting actually about that is that oh my god. total. Oh yeah. So what I was going to say in this game, what's interesting is that your cards kind of have a triple effect. So if we go ahead and look at this is the starting deck here. So I'll give this a shuffle, but let me find a good example card here. So you start, for example, with this card here, Dune, the Desert Planet. Actually, not a great example to show you guys, but let me find another one. Is there any good examples in the starting deck? It really is kind of lame, the starting deck. Here we go, the Signet Ring, right. This is the only one that... Jonathan's go for medium difficulty. You might get destroyed on Mentat. I think Saudakar is plenty difficult for me. So this is the Signet Ring, and it's the only way to activate the Signet ability, which appears in the white banner across the center there. But what's also interesting about these cards is that you'll see you've got the 3 icons on the left. And there's a green hex, which has been removed by the green screen, a blue circle, and a yellow triangle. And the savvy of you will have noticed that those correspond to the 3 areas of Dune. So the deserts and the Chom Economy Guild up here, they all have the yellow triangle. Then you've got the cities down here, which have the blue circle, and the Landsrad Council have the green hex. And that's because the ring allows you to, when you can use it for 2 functions. You can either play it in order to send one of your agents to one of the spaces shown that matches those 3 spaces. So in other words, we can't use the Signet Ring to visit any of these 4 factions. And then it's also got this symbol in the stars at the bottom, the 1 in a blue hex, which a blue diamond, which the green screen is also helpfully removed, but it looks like this or like this. But that is actually called influence, and we can talk about what influence does later. But the point is that if I don't use this card on one of my turns to send an agent to a space with it, then I can later reveal it to gain the influence on the bottom of the card. And different cards will provide you with different things. So you can see we've got the Convincing Argument card here, which gives you 2 influence, and actually a Dagger card here, which gives you 1 sword. And we can talk about the swords a bit later on, but it's associated with the combat on Arrakis, which is carried out down here. So, Difter, no, I'm still explaining the game a little bit, and we're just talking about what our characters should be doing. Jonathan reckons we should go for Saudakar, what he calls medium difficulty. I note that the board game refers to these 3 difficulties as novice, veteran, and expert. So it's not like easy, medium, and hard. It jumps straight from novice to veteran. After 1 play, I don't think I'd call myself a veteran. I mean, I did win my first play, which is good, but it was very close. And I don't know if I came away with a huge amount of insight into how to do a lot better on the next play. I kind of felt a little bit at the whims of the card. Well, it's certainly Jonathan says that's a jump. It certainly is a jump in terms of terminology. I don't know if that's intended. I don't know if they just thought it'd be cool to write veteran, but it does. I mean, the main difference between easy and medium. Come on, camera, cooperate with me here. We need to read this. There we go. We had it. There we go. Okay, so you get to start with some extra starting resources. The Mentat space goes way up in cost, which is interesting because I found in the game I was playing that I found that I had a ton of money, and so it kind of made sense for me to buy the Mentat a lot of times, because really all the Mentat does is allow you to spend 2 Solari to draw a card. It also gives you another worker, but you have to spend a worker to go there, and you have to spend a card to go there. So it's sort of like giving you access to a card, so you get to play a card from your hand, and that you pay 2 money to do that. So I'm sure there's some kind of clever strategy, but I wound up doing it just because I had a ton of money, and also um, it's sort of I had Paul, so I kept being able to look at the top card of my deck and decide whether I wanted to draw it. Hegger says, "Didn't you get wrecked the last time you went from easy to difficult in a stream?" Um, I don't remember that, Haggers. I mean, probably it was. Are we talking about Sword and Sorcery? Because I don't think I upped the difficulty in that. I think I just got wrecked. That was really hard. But so in the Saudakar version of the game, the Mentat space actually goes up to 5 Solari, which I don't think would have made a big problem for me because I had so much money. But the other thing is they start with troops garrisoned on June, which is fine. They unlock their sword masters a bit earlier, which could be a huge problem. And also they get to start with an Intrigue card, which is kind of like... so the Intrigue cards are actually something I really like in principle about the game. And so, I mean, I think that there's something that's a lot... that is a lot more fun when you're playing with other people, because essentially there are 3 kinds of these Intrigue cards. There are plot cards that just give you a benefit on your turn. So here's one called Bindu Suspension, that says at the start of your turn, you may pass your turn instead of taking an agent or reveal turn. Okay, so that's cool. So that just lets you kind of like wait and see what other people are going to do. That would probably be most beneficial if you want to see if people are going to get involved in the conflict on Arrakis this turn. But of course, you run the risk of someone taking the spot that you want to take, and then you can't use it. So that's something that you can just play on your turn. Sounds like that might be passive, actually. I don't know. Here's one that just says you can deploy any number of your garrison troops into the conflict. So that's a plot card. But you also get these combat cards. So here's a private army card. When you reveal this, you can spend 2 spice to gain 5 additional combat strength in this fight. So you've deployed your private army into the combat. So it's kind of like you're losing the conflict, and then you're like, surprise, I'm not losing anymore. So I like that a lot in theory. And then there are also these endgame cards. Although there are not many of them, actually. There's only 3. Ooh. I thought there were a lot more than that. But there are also these endgame cards here, which have additional endgame conditions. So essentially giving you other ways to earn victory points. And that's really neat. I really like that these exist. But in the solo version of the game, my opponents don't use these cards. I mean, they can collect them, but if they collect 3, they'll just trade them in for a victory point. So I think it's something that comes into play a lot more in a game with actual people. Hey, evening, Layla. Jonathan says, let's not talk about Sword and Sorcery. That game is heavy AF. Jonathan, yeah, I did stream 3 streams of Sword and Sorcery Ancient Chronicles. I'll probably do a bit more of that at some point. But it was hard for people to follow. So I have to sort of be mindful of explaining very carefully what's going on as we go through it. It's one of those games where I don't think any individual mechanism is super heavy. It's just that there's a ton of mechanisms. Absolutely everything, like, it models out an enormous amount of stuff. And so as a result, there's just a huge rules load, which is a lot. But Grey Wolf rightly points out that if you take the Mentat, you essentially unlock the last action in a round. So you can go last, which of course could allow you to influence the combat on Arrakis or something like that. And that could be very useful. Or indeed, maybe take an influence somewhere that you want to surprise people with. Yeah, so maybe my suggestion is this: either we can play on Saudakar with maybe Paul or Ilban Richies. I'm gonna keep these 2 guys the same. Well, actually, no, I don't know. It's open for debate. But I'm thinking maybe we stick with one of the easier characters on the second level difficulty, or we stick to easy, and then maybe we can take... Like, I'd quite like to try Leo Atreides, just because I really like his character in the book. And Oscar Isaac's a cool actor as well. But you can gain one influence... So what's he do? So he's got Prudent Diplomacy. Spend a spice to gain one influence within a faction where an opponent has more influence than you. And also Landsrad Popularity. Send an agent to a Landsrad space, costs you 1 Solari less. That could be really useful. I actually found myself really regretting that I didn't get this High Council space in the last game I played solo, because I kept finding myself short of influence. And so this is just a one-off space where you pay 5 Solari. When you put your agent down, you pay the 5 Solari, and then you get to put your little disc up here, and when it comes to purchasing cards from the marketplace over here, you've got 2 extra to spend every time you do that. Grey Wolf says Leto's kind of OP in my opinion. Oh, really? Oh, really? OP? Well, maybe I need that kind of support. Let's have a look and see what else is going on here. So we looked at Paul, and Vladimir Harkonnen comes with these little tokens over here, so I'm quite keen to have a look at his mechanisms. So let's have a look at him in a minute. Ilban Rachiz, I don't remember this guy at all from the book. I think his wife's also in this. I don't remember this house at all, so that's just a big gap in my memory. But he gets a Solari whenever he plays his Signet Ring, and he also gets Ruthless Negotiator. Whenever you pay Solari, for the cost of a board space, you can draw a card. So, most of the ones where you pay Solari, in fact, all of the spaces where you pay Solari are the High Council spaces. So you're essentially using your money to... Or the Landsrad Council spaces. So you're essentially using your money here to influence the Landsrad of Dune. So that could be really neat to gain a card every time you go up there. Well, except for the Hall of Oratory, where you don't have to pay for that. We've got Countess Ariana Torvald. She's got... So I actually looked at this card originally, and I was like, she gets a water whenever she plays her Signet Ring. That's huge. Water's really good, I think. But then her ability is Spice Addict. Whenever you harvest spice, you gain 1 less and draw a card. So she sort of got that double-edged sword, right? Leo is Paul's dad, Jonathan. Yeah. So Leo Atreides is Paul's dad. I don't remember Ariana Torvald either. So here's Helena Ritchie's, another like most of the characters. I actually only remember 3 of the characters on these cards from the books. So, oh no, I remember Raban, who's the one down here that we're playing with as one of our AIs. So we've got Helena here. She says, manipulate. Remove and replace a card in the Imperium row. During your reveal turn this round, you may acquire the removed card for 1 less. Oh, that could be really useful, actually, because in a solo game, the Imperium row doesn't change very much. As Dan was saying earlier, he house rules it to change more. Eyes everywhere. Enemy agents don't block your agents in the Landsrad or city spaces. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so you can actually... What she does is she allows you to put in your workers into spaces where someone else has already gone. So, you know, as per standard worker placement rules, but you don't know anything about games, basically if someone takes a spot, you don't get to go there. That's lost to you now. But Helena says in the blue spaces here, the city spaces, and also in the Landsrad Council, she can go into spaces that someone has already taken. All right, so what's Vladimir Harkonnen's deal? So, okay, so he can pay a Solari to draw an Intrigue card. That's pretty neat. At the start of the game, you secretly choose 2 factions. When you deploy 4 troops or more to the conflict in a turn, reveal your choices and gain 1 influence with each of them. Okay. I mean, that seems fine. So we've got these tokens here, which will show, yeah, the 4 factions along the side of the board. The Emperor, the Spacing Guild, the Bene Gesserit, and the Fremen. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Seems reasonable. But, I mean, that's obviously referencing a huge moment in the book that I won't really talk about, just in case you somehow don't know anything about the book or Dune and you're super excited for the movie. But, I mean, that doesn't seem like, I mean, 3-star difficulty. He doesn't seem all that much more difficult than any of the other ones. So I'm a little... Is he the only 3-star? No, the other 3-star is Ariana Torvald. Right. I mean... Yeah. I don't know. These don't seem... The difference between 1 and 3 here doesn't seem particularly big to me. But I'm not sure about... I'm not sure about whether or not that would change if you were less familiar with games. But in any case... I will... Give me a... I want... Okay, well, let's have a vote in chat then. Let's, I think we should play Leto Atreides. Or we should play... Helena, because I like her manipulatability. So, I guess votes in chat for one of these 2 characters. And then I should set up the conflict deck. So we also need votes on... Haggers is like, I've not read the book and I haven't seen the movie and I've got no excuse to complain about spoilers because it's like, at this point, what is it, like a 50-year-old property? Grey Wolf says Leto. So Leto is a bit OP, so we could play, apparently, according to Grey Wolf himself, so maybe we could play Leto on Sardaukar difficulty. Oh, but we've got Lasse saying Helena, so now I've got a tie. Leto again. Let me know as well if you'd like to see your character played on Sardaukar or Novice. There's also a ramp up in the combat mechanisms of the AI. There's a little note here at the bottom that says expert troop deployment. So the AI will be a little bit more intelligent about the way it uses its troops in a... or when it's on expert difficulty, but because we're playing, we're not playing on expert, we don't have to worry about that. All right, I think everyone. It looks like we got a pretty solid votes for Leto Atreides, so let's go with Leto. And Difter is just trying to manipulate a tie there. Alright, votes in chat for Sardaukar or Novice then. And yeah, on the back of all of these is the round summary as well to help you guide you through the game as well. It actually has quite a lot of text on it, but it's not all that complicated. But I'll continue to explain some of the rules as we go. And in the solo mode, the AI to my left, which is Raban, always starts with the first player marker, so he's going to get to go first. And draw 5 cards. I'm going to put Leto over there. Okay. I want to see you win, but only just. Well, Jonathan, I think that all right. Looks like we've got votes for Sardaukar. So, on Sardaukar difficulty, I do not gain any extra starting resources, and we have the 5 Solari token on the Mentat spot, which is just there to remind us that the Mentat is more expensive. That's actually enormous and kind of annoying, so instead of using the massive 5 Solari token, I'll just put a little 1 out there to remind me that this is different. I'm sure you guys won't let me forget either. But in this version, we all start with 3 troops garrisoned on Dune, and we'll talk about how conflict works as we go through the game. But I'm sure that you'll get the hang of it in due course. And we're gonna make the conflict deck now. So we shuffle the level 3 conflict cards here, and we're gonna put those on the bottom of the deck. And then we're going to shuffle the level 2s, and we're going to deal out 5 of these. And then we're going to put 1 level 1 card on the very top of the deck. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to deal out 5 of these cards, and then I'm going to hide these 2 agents inside the deck, and they're going to come out in a timed manner during the game. So I need to try and get my Swordmaster, which is my 3rd agent here, in sort of line with these other agents, or else I'm going to get left behind. So that's some planning I'm going to have to do. So thanks for that, guys. So there's 3, 4, 5. Now if I'm putting 1 level 1 card on the top, that means that if we want to have these 4 in, we need 3 of these. So there we go. These guys are going to hide in there. These 3 go on top. And then 1 more of these at random as well. But because this is the first card I'm going to draw or reveal when we start the game, I'll just put it into the conflict space here for now. And I've got my 5 cards here. That's all set up. Is there anything else? They both start with an Intrigue card. And of course, everyone starts with 1 water, so I need my water as well. Give them 1 Intrigue card there. The AI doesn't use their signet abilities. They do use their signet ability, sorry, in the solo mode. They don't use their left side ability. So these abilities are in play, but those will be triggered by the house Hagel cards over here. And we've just got when Torvald's signet ability takes place, he gets a spice, and for Glossu Raban, it's he gets to put some more troops into his garrison here on Dune. So now I'm going to reveal my hand because I think we're ready to start the game. Just having a quick look over the board here. Ah, yes, let's reveal the marketplace here. So we've got Gurney Halleck, who's got no affiliation, and he costs 6 influence to purchase. He's associated with, he lets you visit the cities on Dune. When you use him to visit the cities, you get 2 troops and you get to draw a card. That's pretty awesome. So when you reveal him in between rounds, you get 2 influence, and you can also pay 3 Solari to garrison 2 troops, which you may deploy directly into the conflict. That's pretty good. We've got an assassination mission. Costs 1 influence to put into your deck. If you trash this card, you gain 4 Solari, and when you reveal it, you also gain a Solari and a sword, but it's got no function on the board, so we can't visit any of the locations on Arrakis with this card, and appropriately, it doesn't have something that happens when we would do that. We've got the Bene Gesserit sister. So she's costs 3 influence, and she lets us visit the Bene Gesserit or the Lanzarad Council. She doesn't have a function when that happens, but she also says you can have 2 influence or 2 swords. That's okay, I guess. We've got Fremen Camp. So they've got a Fremen association. 4 influence to purchase them. You can visit the deserts. Makes sense, they're the Fremen. You can pay 2 spice for 3 troops when you do that. So they're good for winning conflicts. There were a lot of points on the table for conflicts in the last game I played. And the reveal is 2 influence and a sword. That's pretty good. And then the final card we've got here is the Sardaukar Legion. So they cost 5. They let you visit. They're an Emperor associated card. They let you visit the Emperor or the Landsraad Council. They give you 2 soldiers to put in your garrison when you use them to play onto the board. Or if you reveal them, you can have an influence. And then you can deploy 3 troops from your garrison to the conflict. That's pretty awesome. That could be really useful, I guess. And we can talk about how you sort of get your troops into the conflict in due course, but basically, these are the garrisons of troops we have on the planet. So we're going to be taking troops from our personal supply next to our player areas here, and we're going to be adding them to our garrison on the board. And then once they're on the board, we need to then move them into the conflict, which will take place here. And the more troops you have in the conflict, the more points you're going to get on this little ladder here, and whoever has the most points is going to win the prizes on the card here. So more about that as we carry it out in the stream, but there is potentially a lot of points riding there. I found the AI to be quite inconsistent about what it did. I think naturally because it's operated by a deck of cards. Maybe the app changes that, I don't know, but in any case, I found a lot of my points actually came from the conflict cards in the other solo game I played because I was having a real hard time gaining influence. And the AI seemed to just dominate the influence tracks. So we'll see if the same happens here. But this is my starting hand. I've got a dagger, which lets me visit the Landsraad Council, and I can add 1 to my powers in the conflict. So we've got Seek Allies card. So this does nothing other than let you go and see 1 of the 4 factions on the board, and then you trash it. So it's a 1-shot. We've got a Dune the Desert Planet card. So this lets us visit a desert, and it's also got an influence on it. We've got another Dune the Desert Planet card and the Diplomacy card. So this is basically the same as Seeking Allies, but it doesn't trash itself, and it's got an influence on it if we don't use it. Okay. Interesting stuff. So this is my hand. I'll put my hand up here, and I'll put my played cards below it, and hopefully you guys will be able to see that alright. We can zoom in here. Can you see this alright? Yeah, so we can zoom in here if you guys want to check out the cards. Just let me know. Might be better actually to move my face around here because I have a feeling like not going to be any useful information on the left there. Not that that's revealed massively useful info, but anyway. Okay, so the Beast Raban will go first. So now I'll show you how the AI works. The AI is actually really simple to execute, which I really like because when there's a lot of faff with the AI, I find it needs to be really good, or else I get sort of tired of it pretty quickly. So we just reveal an AI card, and what this shows is a worker space on the board. So in this case, he's going to go to the city of Carthag here, and then he doesn't get any of the benefits printed on the board. Instead, he gets the benefit on the card, which is 1 more worker from here. Now, there's sort of 2 rules about this in the AI. When they gain a soldier like this, they'll add it immediately to the conflict. And in addition, if they visit one of the spaces on Arrakis, they will automatically add 2 soldiers from their garrison to the conflict as well. So I'll explain that in just a bit more detail in a minute, but I realized I forgot to reveal the conflict card. So let's have a quick look at that. So this is the first conflict. The winner is going to get an influence with any 1 faction. They're going to gain a spice. Second place will gain 2 spices, and there's no third space in a 3-player game, so that won't be awarded. So this is a little skirmish on Arrakis. So whenever you visit, so like I said, to take part in the conflict, there's kind of like two steps. The first step is you've got to get the troops from your personal supply into the garrison. And the second step is you have to get them from the garrison into the conflict on the planet. It's kind of an abstraction that represents them first arriving to the planet and then moving around on the planet. And in this case, whenever you take a action that puts you on Arrakis, so any of the spaces with a picture of the planet, so that's the 7 here on the board, in addition to the 3 here on the left, you can move up to 2 soldiers from your garrison into the conflict, i.e. onto the planet, to the location where the fight will be happening this round. And the AI on Sardaukar difficulty will always move 2 if they have any in their garrison when they take one of these spaces. So in this case, and they'll always add any troops they recruit to the conflict if they can. And what that means is that whenever you recruit troops, they go to your garrison, unless you recruited them in a space that's on Arrakis, in which case you can choose to put them in your garrison or straight into the conflict. So if we'd gone to rally troops up here or conspire up here, we would have had to put the troops in our garrison. But if you went to Highliner, you could choose to put these 5 troops into your garrison or onto the planet. Same with Carthag here, and Arrakeen as well. So in this case, the AI has put their troop directly into the conflict, and in addition added 2 more because they went to space on Arrakis. And then we'll review, and that's the Beast Raban's whole turn. He's done now. He plays a worker, and so we'll reveal a card for Torvald and see what his business is. So he's going to rally troops, so he's going to add 4 more soldiers to his garrison, and that's it. And all of these cards have swords along the bottom, but they don't come into play yet. We'll talk about those later. So these are effectively doing is blocking up off spaces I might want as well. And now that they're done, I have to think about what I'm going to do. So, right. What is a good move here? I think I'm deeply concerned actually about getting my other sword master. So I feel like in the last game I played, I got him too late. And I think getting him now. I also want to join the High Council. So essentially I want to get money. So I feel like the best way to get money is to sell spice, which is this sell melange space up here. This lets you sell 2, 3, 4, 5 spice for 6, 8, 10, or 12 Solari. And I need 8 Solari to get the Sword Master, which means I need 3 to 5 spice. But obviously, I'm going to get more out of it the more spice I have. So maybe I'm going to make my starting strategy here get spice. Is there a card that does that for me? Not really. I just thought I'd have a quick look over here in the Imperial row, but none of these cards have anything to do with spice, so that's not all that useful. So I think what we're gonna have to do is get some more water. Maybe we'll just go with the Fremen. I'll tell you what, actually, there's a space here on the board called Siege Tabor, and you get a troop and a water for going here, but you need to influence with the Fremen. And I think that that's a really useful space, which I didn't utilize at all in my last playthrough because I never really developed influence with the Fremen. So maybe we'll develop some Fremen influence in this game. That seems useful. So I guess I'm going to start with playing Seek Allies. And I'm going to play a... I'm just thinking, if I want to go to the Haga Basin to get spice, and I also want to go over here to get water, it's probably more likely that the AI will go and take the Haga Basin. But they'll go to the Great Flat first. Basically, the way they work these 3 spaces is they don't actually have AI cards And I'll lie these guys down, actually, so you can see them a bit better. They don't actually have cards that take up these spaces like the ones you saw before, which directly pointed them here and here. They have one card called Get Spice, and they'll just go to the best available of the 3 spaces, because they don't need to pay water. They don't have to pay for that stuff, because they're AI. So, I might just go to the Haga Basin straight away, and then go to the Fremen after. So let's do that. Let's play Dune the Desert Planet, which will let me take one of my agents here and go down to the Haga Basin. So I'll have to pay the water, but I'll gain 2 spice, and that's the end of my turn. Ideally, I'd like to end my turn actually with one extra spice, because I'm going to get my signet ring next turn, and then I can use my ability. Of course, I can't use that ability until someone gets more influence with me than me anyway, so maybe that's not useful till later. So we just put this card down here into sort of a used area. They don't actually go into the discard until I'm done my turns placing agents. So long as I've still got agents to place, I don't discard any cards. So that's it. We're back to the Beast Raban, and he's got wealth, so he's going to take the Empire space up here, and all that he gets for doing that is 1 influence with the Emperor, so he goes up there. And he's done. And then we're going to do Torvald, who's going to harvest spice. So he's going to go down here into the Great Flat, and he's going to gain 3 spice. I'm so jealous. I want that spice, damn it. And that's the end of their business. So I guess I'm going to play Seek Allies to put my final agent down here into Still Suits. And what I'm going to get for this is, because Seek Allies doesn't have anything in the white band on the card, I'm just going to... Oh, I'm not even in the conflict. Oh, but I can join the conflict. Oh no, actually though, having said that, I should have moved 2 soldiers into the conflict when Torvald went down here. So he's going to get 2 soldiers into the conflict. That's a shame, because I'd really like some of this spice. If I tie, I get some spice. It's a big gamble. I can't really compete with Raban's 3 soldiers. But if I go down here into Still Suits, I can put 2 in, and then I'm tied with Torvald, but he's going to get some bonus to that, but I've also got the dagger. So it's kind of a big gamble. But there's every chance that he doesn't get it, but I think it's worth it. So when I go down here into Still Suits, because this is on the planet, I can move 2 soldiers out of my garrison, just like Torvald did, so I shall do that. And I'm also going to get 1 influence with the Fremen, and I'm going to get 1 more water to put into my resources here. And then Seek Allies is actually trashed, so that's removed from the game. And then it's back to Raban. He's got no agents left. The AI doesn't take reveal turns, but you're going to see how a reveal turn works in a minute when I get to mine. But because Raban doesn't have anything left, what I do usually do during this section is to set his combat strength, because that's supposed to happen during your reveal turn. So as an AI, he's going to set his combat strength to 8. And it's 8 because you get 2 points of combat strength for every... Oh, it's 6, sorry, my bad. It's 6 because you get 2 points for every soldier you have here in the fight. So he's got 3, so he goes up to 6. And then Torvald here is also going to pass. So he would do a reveal turn, but yeah, he doesn't have any, but he'll still get 4 combat strength as well. And so then it's back to me, and I'm going to pass. I'm going to do a reveal turn. And this is, if we're playing the game with other people, it's called a reveal turn because I'd reveal these 3 cards. Be like, this is what I have left in my hand. But because I'm not playing against other people. I've been playing them face up, so you guys can see. So I've got 2 influence here, so that's all I'm going to get this turn. So do I want to? The question is, do I want to buy? Do I want to buy the assassination mission card? um, I mean, I quite like Solari, but it is kind of limiting in the sense that you can't go anywhere useful with it. Um, I just realized actually next turn I'm not even going to be able to visit the Fremen because I won't have a card that allows me to do that. So hopefully I'll get some spice out of this conflict. We'll see. So I think I will take the assassination mission because if God, 4 Solari though, and then it clogs up your deck. I really hate Guff. There's one thing my favorite thing to do in deck building games is always to trash and try and just make a lean deck of really good cards. But I'm also thinking if I don't buy that card, I'm not going to get to reveal any new cards. Of course, what we could do is buy one of these Arrakis Liaison cards, which I kind of regret not buying previously, which has more influence on it. Um, yeah, Hallenbeck, exactly. You just caught on the same thing as what I was about to say. So we can buy one of these cards, which are in the reserve, right here, the 3 sets of cards here. And this just gives us 2 more influence to buy an extra thing here. So yeah, I'll tell you what, let's get an Arrakis Liaison and see how that works out. Always good to have money, right? Or in this case, influence, because we're not getting any Solari. And so the other thing that happens here is I set my combat strength. So I've got 4 thanks to the 2 soldiers I have in the conflict. And I also revealed this dagger, which means that I get to add 1 more combat strength. So, or the dagger has a sword on it. For every sword that you reveal, you add an additional 1 to your combat strength. So now I just gotta hope that Torvald doesn't reveal any additional strength, or maybe just 1, and then at least we can tie. And actually then neither of us will get anything. So ideally, I'd like him to blank out, please. But I think that's the end of my reveal step here. So all of these cards are now moved into my discard, like that. And we're going to move into the combat step. So in turn order, we're going to start with Raban. We're going to reveal a card from here. And you remember the red banners at the bottom. Now we're going to add these swords. So Raban has a blanked out. Damn it. That's what I needed for... Oh, I'm not going to draw a second blank. This sucks. And Torvald has got 1. God damn it. That's the worst. Torvald, you suck. So, Raban is going to gain an influence. Now, there is actually a rule for how he spends this influence. I think he picks... I think I pick, actually, if there's no obvious choice. I didn't actually have to do this in the other game I played. Yeah, here we go. They pick the one where they have the least. But in this case, he's got a bunch of tied factions. So I guess let's give him one with the Spacing Guild. Could be Spacing Guild, Bene Gesserit, or Fremen. But I don't want to give him Fremen because I've got influence with the Fremen. And I don't want to compete with him for their alliance token if I get that far. And then second place is 2. So he also gains a spice. Oh man, that's such a bummer. Second place is 2 spice. But in the event of a tie, you drop down a place and award the next level below it. So in the case of this tie, we would go to the 3rd reward, which is not awarded in a 3-player game. So that means we don't get anything. We get Bupkis. So that sucks. And then everyone's killed. So all of these people go back to the player's personal supplies. And we're left with Torvald having an enormous army on Arrakis. And me and Beast Raban have got one guy. And these are going to reset. And that's the end of the combat step. So now we have what's called a maker step, where the spice worms make spice, but only in parts of the desert that are quiet, i.e. parts where there haven't been any spice production yet. So it makes it there because these two have people in them. And then it's the recall phase. So in the recall phase, we're going to check to see if anyone's won the game, or if the game's ended, which means this deck is exhausted, or someone's here. Neither of these things are true, so the game continues. So we'll return the Mentat. It's already at home. So now everyone just collects their agents. And the last thing that happens is this first player marker here moves on to the next player in turn order. And then that's the whole system. So we're back to the first round, which is the first thing that happens in a round is we reveal a new conflict card. So we've got here the winner of this conflict. So this is Sort Through the Chaos. So sometimes this text here in white will give you a location where the fight happens, and that's important to note. It will be one of these three spots here on the board with the flag below it. So you can see these three have flags underneath. So fights might take place there, and we'll look at that, how that works, when it becomes relevant. But in this case, it's just a random fight somewhere on the planet. The winner's going to get the Mentat and a Intrigue card, and also 2 Solari. How is that any good? Because you have to return the Mentat in the recall phase. So if you only gain the Mentat in the combat phase, how is that good? I've not seen this conflict card before, so I don't know why gaining the Mentat would be good. Ah, okay, so it says when you win it in a conflict, it says it right here in the rulebook. When you win it in a conflict, don't return it at the end of the round. Fine. That's fine. And the AI can have that too, so I'd quite like to win that actually. But I don't know, I don't have very many soldiers, so chances are slim. And now I'm going to draw 5 cards. Hey, hi Thoronel, thanks for joining the stream, man. So what we've got here is an awful lot of influence and not many options to visit friends. In fact, maybe now this would be a good time to maybe buy the... Oh my god, the Fremen camp doesn't even allow us to visit the Fremen? What the hell's that about? Look at this. I was like, maybe now would be a good time to get the Fremen camp so we can go visit the Fremen. But you can't visit the Fremen with the Fremen camp. You can only go to the desert. So, maybe we need the Sardaukar Legion so we can fight against... these ridiculous armies of Torvald. Okay. So... What is my... So... Oh, I could use the Signet Ring to gain an influence. That would be quite good. But it costs a spice. Ooh. I don't know if that's a good trade-off. Spice is so valuable. Anyway, let's see what Torvald does. It's not this deck. It's this deck. Oh, he's going to the Conspire space. Oh, he's getting more soldiers. Alright. So he goes up there, where he gets an influence with the Emperor. Flap. And also 2 soldiers to add to his garrison. That's horrible. Okay, and now it's my turn. And I think I'm almost definitely going to go to the Imperial Basin and collect the 2 spice there. I'll have to play my Signet Ring. And I think I'm going to keep the 2 spice because I want to get this money so I can get my Swordmaster as soon as possible. Hallenbeck says, there is Fremen synergy if you start collecting those cards. Yeah, Hallenbeck, I did see that. But we'll see how much the Imperial Row changes around in this game because, you know, I don't think it's going to change a whole lot. Because I'm the only one buying those cards. So, we'll see how many Fremen cards actually come out. There's one. So maybe I'll buy that one and we'll see. I did get a Fremen card already about the Arrakis liaison, so. But I've got, now that I've played my Signet Ring, I've only got 5 influence. Um, so anyway, um, yeah, let's go ahead and put our person out here in the Imperial Basin. We're going to take this spice. We're going to get one more spice. And I think I'm going to keep the 4 spice because it's only 2 Solari. So the real question is, am I interested in paying 2 Solari for an influence? Influence is not especially useful right now, because all it does basically is get you points. But points is how you win the game. Hollenbeck says, yeah, so Hollenbeck is talking about the Imperial Row and how these cards are very stagnant in a solo game or even in the 2-player game. I was going to talk about that later. I probably will talk about that later, but at the end of the gameplay. But apparently Rise of Ix, the forthcoming expansion, will do some stuff to fix this. So fingers crossed. We shall see. I don't know when that's coming out. But sometime this year, I think. Quite soon. I really wish I could get a Fremen influence here, actually, because then I could unlock the Sitch Tabor. But I can't, because nobody has more influence than me here. And using my Signet ability, I have to gain 1 influence in a faction where someone has more influence than me. So I think spice is good and spice is useful. But I think what I will do then is I will pay 1 spice to gain 1 influence with the Emperor. So I can at least sort of keep up with the points, because these influence rows are really important for the score. That's one thing I did learn. Oh, that's not discarded yet. That's just played down here. Okay, and what I will do as well is I will move my soldier into the conflict because I went to the planet. Hopefully no one else will come into the conflict. Let's see what happens. Because I'd like to get that Mentat. And I can get 2 Solari there as well, which will make up for the Solari I just paid. I've also got the dagger here with the sword on it, so that might be useful. But in any case, we're over to the Beast Raban. Oh, he hasn't even had a turn yet. Oh, God. Okay, so he is going to the Hall of Oratory, where he will be adding 1 soldier to his garrison. And then it's November? Oh, God, Hallenbeck, I can't be waiting till November. Oh, God damn it. So Torvald's going to Arrakeen. I was going to go to Arrakeen. Sugar. Oh, that really bums me out. So he's going to get 1 more soldier to add to his garrison, which he puts directly into the conflict. Then, because it's on the planet, he adds 2 more to the conflict. Oh, that's such a big problem. In addition to that, he also activates his Signet ability, which is gain 1 spice. So there he is. He gains a spice. Eventually, the AI turns all of these things into points. Okay. So, damn it, I was going to go to Arrakeen. That's so annoying. Okay. Well, Raban is not in a great position to add soldiers. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably go to Carthag, and then I can add another soldier directly into the fight. And then I'll have 2 to his 3. I'll have a dagger. He'll still be ahead. But I mean, I'll get 2nd place, and I'll get an Intrigue card as well. Which is okay, I suppose. I'd like to go to the... I mean, ideally what I'd like to do is go and sell Melange. Because then I could get that money and unlock my Swordmaster earlier than the AI. Oh, I can't believe stupid Torvald's beating me. I'm so annoyed. But I can't do that because I don't have any more of the correct symbols down here. You can see I've got no more of the yellow triangles. So I'm locked into visiting a city or visiting the Landsrad Council, and there's not really anything I have no Solari, so I can't afford to do anything up there anyway. So yeah, we are going to play the reconnaissance card, send our agent into Carthag, so he can add one more. I mean, he will still get an Intrigue card and 2 Solari from this, which is potentially quite good. Hold tight. Big sneeze. Alright, Intrigue card. Here we go. Look at the top card of your deck. Draw or trash it. Oh, okay. What do we think? Should we play that right away? Oh, I don't have a deck at the moment. Okay, I'm going to have to wait till I reset my deck. Because I've got no cards in my deck to look at. And so... yeah, that's all that happens there. The reconnaissance card doesn't give us any benefits to playing it, so we're done. So it's Raban's last turn. Okay, well he can't do it because Torvald's already in Arrakis, so we draw another card. Oh no. That's no good. So he takes the Highliner action, which gives him 1 more influence with the Spacers Guild, so now he has a point. And also, he gets 3 soldiers, which he puts directly into the conflict and adds 2 more. Shit. Well... God damn it! I might as well give up on this fighting thing. This is way too brutal for me in this particular... I'm gonna get nothing and just lose those soldiers. Oh, God. Okay. Well, that's the end of his turn. So now it's Torvald, and all we're going to do here is note down that he has 6 combat strength. And then it's my reveal turn. So we might as well note down that I've got 4 combat strength for my 2 soldiers, plus 1 for the dagger. And then I've got 4 to spend over here on the Imperial row. So I could take the Fremen camp and hope to build that up. Or I could take the Bene Gesserit sister. I do like that she gives me more... Well, the Fremen camp is good for the reveal. Let's take the Fremen camp in the hope that we can build up some Fremen stuff, I guess. And we reveal a replacement card, which is the Bene Gesserit Initiate. So she lets you go to anywhere around Arrakis, and if you do, you draw a card. If you don't, she lets you have 1 influence to spend. And with that in mind, I'm going to discard all of these cards. And then it's Raban's reveal turn, where he's going to go up to 10 combat power. And then we're going to adjust the... yeah, I've already lost. This is so miserable. Alright, so this is Torvald's card first. So he's got 2 more. And then it's Raban's card. And he's got 2 more as well. So it's actually Raban who's won that. So I think I was scared of Torvald's giant army. But Raban is clearly winning. So Raban gets the Mentat. So he's going to get an extra turn next round. He gets another Intrigue card, which is just a currency for them. But if he gets 3, then he gets a point. And he gets 2 Solari, which they don't really do anything with. But if he gets 7 of these, he turns it into another point. So they essentially amass these resources, and if they get enough, they turn them into things. And then it's an Intrigue card for Torvald. They're just denying me fun things. I could have had fun stuff, and now instead I get nothing. I guess I probably should have gone in on that fight. I should have probably just saved my troops. Rats. So that's conflict resolved. So the makers are going to create some more spice, which is here and here. And We're going to check for endgame. We're not going to return the Mentat. And then we're going to put back our leaders and move along the token. So I'm first player next turn. Alright, well, I'm going to try and get my Swordmaster this turn. I mean, again, it's going to depend entirely on what cards come out, but I would like to have that advantage, at least for a few turns before they also get theirs. That's kind of what I'm banking on here, giving me this advantage. So I can use the Swordmaster the turn I get it as well. Interestingly, another mid-level combat card with no location. I'm surprised. I haven't seen so many of these without locations. But if you win this one, you're going to get 1 influence and 2 intrigue cards. Second place gets an intrigue and a spice. So I'm resetting my deck, and we can use my poison snooper. Although we can't use it, but we can use my poison snooper to try and find the right cards we need if we don't get them. I would like to collect some more spice, actually, before I go to the Swordmaster, but I can't, unfortunately, because then I won't have enough actions. Yeah, it's a shame. We're going to have to do these in a suboptimal order, but going to the Haga Basin now to get 3 spice would be nice. 3 spice would be nice. Alright, here we go. Show me good and useful cards. I really like the selective breeding action, but it's expensive. It's 2 spice to do that. But you get to trash a card that you've got in your hand, or that's been in play, or in your discard pile. And then you get to draw 2 cards, which is nice. So what have we got? We've got Diplomacy. That's not useful. The Reconnaissance, that's no good. Dagger, that'll get us to Swordmaster space. The Arrakis Liaison, and the Signet Ring. Okay, so we've got we've got the cards we need. So we could play the Poison Snooper, actually, because, I mean, I don't think we're going to be competing in the conflict this round. Although I suppose we could. I'm just thinking because we've got, if we spend this one and this one to go to the 2 spaces we need, we've got 4 influence, which is okay. If we use the Poison Snooper, we can look at the top card here and either draw it or trash it. So if it's got some good influence on it, we could actually put it into our hand, maybe get a bit more influence and get the Sardaukar Legion or Gurney Halleck. They're both quite useful, I think. Decent cards. But, yeah, unfortunately, I can't really gain the benefits of the Signet Ring. So maybe let's use the Poison Snooper now, because if it's got a yellow on it, we could just keep the Signet Ring until we've got the means to use it, or we could keep it for the influence point, which would also be useful. So I think let's use the Poison Snooper now and see what we get. Okay, so it's Dune the Desert Planet. That's good, I guess. I mean, we could trash it. Is there a big difference? Yeah, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the 5 influence gets us the Sardaukar Legion. Although if we're going to get the Swordmaster this turn, we're going to need to play it anyway. So if we're going to play the Swordmaster, let's say we play these 2 cards to get the Swordmaster, but then probably what I want to do is I probably want to use Diplomacy to go get the another influence with the Fremen, or maybe even go up to the Bene Gesserit, or something. More money would, oh god, this game, I need to do so much stuff, and I don't have any of the cards and people I need to do it. It's just a shame not to be able to buy a good card with the Arrakis Legion, although the Bene Gesserit Initiate's not terrible. Nor is the Bene Gesserit Sister. Hallenbeck says, I don't know if he is any good for your tactic. I don't know who you're talking about, Hallenbeck. Possibly Gurney Halleck. But also, I don't know what my tactic is. Is my tactic now just ignore combat because I'm miserable at it? Or it has become miserable for me? But I think let's trash Dune, the Desert Planet card, because it's not all that good. And trashing doesn't come up often in this game. So it's quite hard to come by. And then we can play the Signet Ring, and we can put our guy down here in the sell melange space. We'll sell 3 for 8 Solari. Beck says, what does he do? I can't remember. So he's, I mean, he's obviously, the guy from the Goonies, which is fun. But he lets you visit the cities on Arrakis. He gives you 2 soldiers into your garrison, and you get to draw a card. But if you reveal him, you can have 2 influence and pay 3 Solari to deploy 2 troops into the conflict. So... so... yeah, I find it, Difter, I think the thing is, when I say I don't know what my tactic is, Josh Brolin, thanks Hallenbeck. Yeah, I've totally blanked on his name there. Yes, he's Thanos. He's also, oh, who is he in Deadpool? You know. Thornell says, I would have gone to the High Council already. Thornell, how would I have got the Solari for that? I've literally just got enough Solari to buy my, my Swordmaster. But yeah, I see what you mean, and maybe I would, maybe I should do that. Cable, thanks Haggers. Alright, so we've played the Signet Ring. We can also use our Signet ability, except we can't because we don't have a spice. So, that's fine. So that goes down here. And then it's time for Raban. Raban is going to the Still Suits space, so I guess I'm not using that. He gains 1 influence with the Bene Gesserit. With the Fremen, even. And then it's Torvald. He is heading to the Fold space to gain 1 influence with the Spacing Guild. Then it's back to me, and I'm going to go to the Swordmaster space using the dagger, I guess. So I pay 7 because I'm Duke Leo Atreides, and I'm going to gain the Swordmaster. Y'all telling me that the Swordmaster's not all that much better without a draw mechanic. Yeah, well... I'm doing my best here, gang. I'm doing my best. I need to get some money. Maybe we can go to the wealth space. That'll also get me a point. And then I'll have some more money. I'll have 3 of the 4 I need to go to the High Council. And then I can buy the Bene Gesserit Initiate, who has a draw on her, and then I'll draw cards that way. Okay? That's my plan. Get off my back. Alright, I have a strategy now. It's like a 2-card strategy. It's going to be fine. It's time for Raban. So he's going to Arrakis. Oh god, that's awful. So he gets a troop and activates his initiative ability, which gives him another troop. So he's actually getting 2 troops, so she's bringing straight into the conflict. Yeah, that's rough. I think Raban is doing really well, and I hate it. And then it's Torvald, and he's going over to Selective Breeding, my favorite space, and he's going to gain 1 influence with the Bene Gesserit. Alright, and now that I've got this guy, I guess I'm going to go and get some more money. I like the secret space, but I mean, we could go to Hardy Warriors and get involved in the conflict. I feel like I'm just teasing, don't worry about it, man. Like, I've only played this once before. I'm not very good at it. And I know that I'm not very good at it. I think if I could work out a way to get more Solari earlier, I think going to the High Council earlier would have been great. But it's taken me this long just to get the money to do either the High Council or the Swordmaster. Yeah, so if we go... I mean, the thing about hitting up the Emperor is he gives us 2 troops in the garrison. I mean, going into here would have been great, but he took our spot. And going into the still suits would also have been useful, but that spot's also gone. We could go to the Haga Basin. No, we can't, because we don't have the symbols. Okay, so I think we play Diplomacy and head up to the wealth space here. And then we can go up here, we can gain a victory point, and we can also have 2 Solari, which is not great. But we could rally troops with that money. In any case, then it's back to Beast Raban, who's still doing things because he has the Mentat. A lot aren't good at this game. Yeah. So he's going to the Great Flat space. So he's going to get 4 space. He has 1, so I'll just give him a 5. Which is these they're bigger wooden tokens for the 5s. Torvald has no influence, no cards left or anything. So he's just going to end his turn. He's got none of this. I'm also going to do my reveal turn. I've got 3 influence. So he can purchase either the Bene Gesserit Sister or the Bene Gesserit Initiate. I guess now that I've got the additional Swordmaster, the Initiate makes more sense. She also gives us more flexibility with where we go. So I guess let's grab the Initiate. I mean, I think Gurney Halleck would be nice because soldiers are nice and also hard to come by. But, you know, I mean, the Bene Gesserit Initiate is still a million times better than... Do I not have the... Oh, hang on. It's still a million times better than... Why can't we see this? What is happening here? I don't know why that's turned off. So, a million times better than Reconnaissance. Which is the same thing, but with fewer options and no bonus in the middle, so... let's go ahead and buy that. She goes into our discard. We'll reveal a new card, which is the Gunthopter. So that's not affiliated with anyone. It says each opponent loses 1 garrison troop. Garrison troop, though. 3 swords, you may deploy a troop from your garrison to the conflict. That's okay. Again, like, I'm not really... I mean, Gurney Halleck and a Gunthopter would be a great combo. So you can get a bunch of troops. The Sardaukar Legion. I mean, I feel like there's a huge... These 3 cards here are like a great conflict combo that I'm just not doing because I don't have any of those cards in my deck because I didn't buy them because I've got no influence. Because I don't know how to get influence either. As Thorinel said, maybe I should have gone to the High Council, which I'm going to do when I can. But in any case, it looks like that's the end of my reveal turn. Raban is going to set his conflict to 4 there, and then we're going to go to the conflict turn where Raban's going to win it. So he gets 1 influence here with the Bene Gesserit and 2 intrigue cards, which actually get him 1 more point, and then he's left with 1 spare. So I will flip over just 2 from the top here to hit the 2, burn the 2 that he had. Doesn't really matter which one he holds on to because they're never played. Alright. Oh yeah, I'm going to reveal this and they're both going to get their other guys anyway. Damn it. I only got my Swordmaster like 1 turn in advance. That doesn't feel like enough of a advantage. So there's the Maker round. And then we check for endgame, but nothing's going on. So the Mentat returns to space up here. And we're going to recall our agents. And there we go. And then it's time to pass this marker back to Raban and reveal this conflict card, which means that they're actually both going to unlock their Swordmasters as well. Alright, so the conflict this round is a point and trash card. Oh, I want to win this. Second place is a water and a spice. I want point and trash. Again, I seem to have dealt out all the 2s that are not conflicts for a specific area, which is really interesting. But yeah, so here's our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. So we've got convincing argument, Death or Dagger. Well, that'll be useful, I guess, if we're going to go into the fight this round. Another convincing argument, great. Just useless cards for buying more cards. The Fremen Camp and Dune the Desert Planet. So maybe this turn I grab some spice, and then I can use that spice to send 3 troops into the fight. Oh, speaking of which, Duke Raban's should have returned to his personal supply. And then at least maybe I have a chance of winning that point, trashing a card from my hand. Yeah, Mark, that's what I was going for. So, yeah, not a lot of options in terms of where I can visit this round, unfortunately. Yeah, so let's just hope that they don't take up all the spice spaces before I have an opportunity to get to a spice space. That's fun to say, I gotta admit. But, yeah, also, yeah, without a draw mechanic, I see what you guys are talking about. Like, this is, I mean, maybe this is just bad luck, but this is deeply unfortunate. Going to selective breeding would also be great. Maybe I can hit up 2 spice spaces, and then I can use that spice. I can't go to selective breeding because I don't have any of the right symbols. Oh, God. In a way, I kind of feel like this fold space should be somewhere on the planet or more accessible, because the whole purpose of the fold space card is essentially that it lets you draw a card and also visit any space on the board. It's got all the symbols on it. So, like, I feel like this should be more accessible. I mean, thematically, it makes sense that you have to go to the Spacer Guild to get that card. You know, that makes it's a theme win, but also, like, now I'm feeling like maybe I should go and get this card. Or maybe, like, this should be, like, spend 2 spice to take any other space on the board or something like that. I don't know. Maybe the spaces in the deck building are super important and I just haven't grasped it. Hey, it's Duke Raban's turn. Let's see what he's doing. What you doing, Duke? Rally troops. Oh, no, I hate that. Just when I was thinking, like, at least I'm not going to have to compete with him in this conflict. Oh, and the Fremen Camp has a sword on it as well. I'd really like to not play that, but I'm definitely going to play it to get 3 troops on the board. Okay, Torvald. Don't play a spice card. Okay, he's going to conspire. Oh, God. So there he ticks up here, he gets a point, and also he gets 2 more soldiers into his garrison. Hallenbeck says the diplomacy faction trashed card, so he's talking about the Seek Allies card, is usually used to get the Fold Space card, so you'll always be able to trash cards. Well, the Fold Space card is just trash this card, though. It's not like trash any card. Fold Space is just, you know, draw a card and then trash the Fold Space card. So, you know, it's like, I mean, if this was, you know, I mean, it's green, so you guys can't see it, but if this one had the trash symbol on it and let you trash other cards from your deck, I would totally buy that, because that's my whole jam. I love making the deck more efficient, which there's not a lot of in this as far as I can tell. It's quite hard to come by. I know there are cards in here that do it. I've seen them, but they haven't come up yet. Right. Did we just do Torvald? We did, didn't we? And he just put more troops into his garrison on Arrakis, which I hate. So, I think I'm going to play my Fremen Camp here to go down into the Haga Basin, so I have to pay water for that. And now I can sort of trigger all the effects in any order I want. So I'm going to start by triggering the gain 3 spice, and then I'm going to trigger pay 2 spice for 3 troops. And because I've gained these troops while in a position on the planet, I can put them straight into the conflict if I want. So I'm going to do that. And then I also get to keep 1 spice that is left over. So there we go. Hopefully they won't add shed loads of troops to the conflict now, but I'm sure that they will, just to make my... Or they'll add no troops to the conflict and just troll me, right? So now it's Beast Raban. No. So he's going to go to the Great Flat, where he gains 3 spice, which gives him 8. So 8 translates into 1 point and 1 spice left over, because whenever they get 7, they exchange those 7 for a point. And in addition to that, he's going to add 2 troops to the conflict. Okie dokie. And then it's Torvald, who's going to Hardy Warriors. God damn it. I can't keep up with this. This is too rough. So he gets 2 troops, which he adds to there, and 2 more troops, which he adds into here. He also gains a Fremen influence. Okay. I can't remember. What was the other action I was going to do? I think I was going to go and get more spice. I think I need to get at least 1 more troop in there if I'm even going to compete this round. I want that point. I want that point. So I think I'll go to Arrakis, because then I can also draw a card. Because the thing is, like, my only other card... If I play this guy, my last card is going to be Dagger, which means I'll have to take a green action. There's not a lot of good green actions that I want at the moment, and also the Dagger has a sword on it, which I think I should keep. So, let's play Dune the Desert Planet. Oh no, that doesn't send us to Arrakis though. That's, oh god, we can't go to Arrakis because we don't have the blue one. The blue circle. Oh, this sucks. So we've kind of got 2 options here based on what's in our hand, which is the green space and the yellow space. So we can either spend the green card to go to the Hall of Oratory, which will give us another soldier and an influence. And then we can spend Dune the Desert Planet to go to the Imperial Basin and put that soldier into the conflict. I mean, at the moment, we're not going to win the conflict because of Torvald. But there's every chance they get massive bonuses and win anyway. Oh god, I really, really want to win this conflict, though. The only chance is doing Hall of Oratory and Imperial Basin and hoping they don't take the Imperial Basin from me. Even then, I'm still tying with Torvald, actually. We both get 2nd place. So, that sucks. The other option is to sort of abandon winning this conflict. Maybe we'll come 2nd and get a water and a spice, which is quite nice. But we can go to the secure contract position, and then we can go to the High Council and get that influence, which will help us buy better cards. So that might actually be a better shout. Because they've still got 2 more turns, and I could spend the rest of my turns trying to get 1 more soldier in here, and it's so marginal. So yeah, I think it's better to just kind of cut our losses. 2 more influence gives us enough to buy Gurney Halleck, or we could buy the Gunthopter or the Sardaukar Legion and possibly something else as well. It's just a bummer. So let's go into Secure Contract with Dune the Desert Planet card then, and that's going to give us 3 more Solari, and now we've got 6 Solari, which is enough to go to the High Council, and we'll still have 2 left over for something if we want it. Yep. Morgan Knight says, my best friend is a huge Dune fan. I think I need to pick this up for his birthday. Yeah, I mean, Like, I mean, there's obviously two major elements to this game, which is the game mechanisms themselves, and also the theme of June. And I'll talk a bit about what I think about those at the end of the gameplay. But I would say that I think the theme. I mean, I think if you like June, there's a lot of June here, and the theme does come out. I think the theme does a lot for this game, actually. And I also really like June, and yeah, I get a strong June vibe from this game, so that's very good. So I think, this would be... I mean, if your friend is not at all into board games, I don't know, I mean, this is probably not that hard to sell, actually. I would say this is a very strong middleweight game. So it might take a little bit of getting your head around if you're not used to playing, like, this kind of game. Or board games in general. But I don't think there's too much here that you can't stick it out for the theme. I mean, the alternative is the Gale Force 9 June game, which is much, much heavier. So this is and it takes more players to get it to the table. Well, you need at least 3, but it's best with like 5, so... Don't be mean, Haggers. But yeah, also, if your friend isn't into board games, it's about time to fix that. So, here we go. Oh, he's a gamer too. He just doesn't have this one yet. Great. Right, yeah, so I just played into Secure Contract, so it's back to Raban. And he's harvesting spice. Great, he took my Imperial base in space. So that would have fucked my plan anyway. Because he's going to add 2 more soldiers in here. Great, I've lost this conflict again. What a waste of spice that was. And a waste of my Fremen Camp card. I was winning all the conflicts on the mercenary difficulty. I don't know what's changed, or if this is just the way the cards are coming out, but like, I wasn't having that much trouble winning conflicts on mercenary difficulty. On this difficulty, I don't know if it's just the way the game's panning out this time, but I should just give up on these conflicts, because this is absolutely awful. And it's a huge waste of my very limited resources. Okay. Then it's Torvald. He's going into Carthag, where he's going to add another soldier in here and add 2 more soldiers, and he's going to get another Intrigue card. No, he's not. That's not how it works. He gets just 1 more soldier. That's 2 more. Okay. Right, and then back to me. So I'm going to play the dagger and send my final guy up here into the High Council, where we're going to spend 4 Solari to get some influence with the High Council. Okay. Then it's back to Duke Raban, who's going to gain his 8 combat points here. Torvald will gain his 14. And they're both done for the minute. So, my reveal turn, I actually have 6. I actually have 6 influence. So I can buy maybe the Bene Gesserit sister. I could buy Gurney Halleck. This turn I needed a blue symbol. I didn't have one. He's got that, but it's just 1 symbol. But he also has card draw on him. And soldiers. Although the thing is, the Gunthopter, the Sardaukar Legion, and Gurney Halleck are all cards that are helpful with combat, which I am losing horribly and ready to give up on. Thornhill says get Gurney. Okie dokie. Come on, mean older brother from the Goonies. Let's go. And all of these go into the discard as well. At least we're going to get him straight into the draw deck. That's something. I'm going to set my combat value at 6. And that's the end of that. Oh, we're going to reveal a new card. Here's hoping we get something decent. It is the Guild Administrator. He's the Spacer Guild. Hey, it's the guy that trashes cards. I've seen this one before. I'm going to get him. It's way too late for this to be really useful, but I still want it because I like doing it. We'll see. I can buy 2 cards now. I mean, I can buy 2 cards anyway. But now I have the influence, I might actually be able to buy multiple cards. You can essentially buy as many cards as you want, as long as you have influence, but I just haven't had very much influence. Okay. I mean, God, Raban is absolutely tearing away. I'm actually quite glad that Torvald's won this conflict, I think. So we'll start with Raban, because he's in first place. And he's got a bonus of 4! Holy cow. So he goes up to 12. Well, he's still not even close to catching Torvald. And Torvald's got a bonus of 1. So, yeah. They both doubled my contribution. So Torvald, he doesn't trash cards, but he does get to have a point. Raban gets a spice and a water. Water is bad. If he gets a third water, he'll get another point. I am losing. I am losing. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm out there in the desert. I've got no water. I don't know what's going on. I can't believe how Raban just seems to like perfectly just put out all his troops on the planet like that. Oh my god. Alright, so the Maker space produces nothing. The Maker round produces nothing this round. So endgame is not going to happen. There's no Mentat. So we're going to recall our agents. Blam, blam, blam. Yeah, let's go. And oh, the Shai-Hulud is here. Oh, she wants to come in and say hello. Maybe she'll come say hello. We'll see. She's a wild Shai-Hulud. Y'all need to follow me on Twitter if you want to know what Earth I'm talking about. Right, so, hello. It's Bonbon. She's a little kitten that we're fostering for a few weeks. She was a stray that we found in, or my neighbors found in their garden shed. But we don't actually know if maybe she belongs to someone, so they won't, well, Bonbon! So they won't, take her for a few weeks, so we just have to look after her for a few weeks until the agency will take her. You gonna stay here or are you gonna go out? But we can't keep her, unfortunately, because we're not allowed cats in the flat, so don't tell anyone. Shh. We're just, you know, the thing is, like, there was nowhere else for her to go. She couldn't stay with the neighbors who found her because she was not getting along with their cats at all. Right, what was I doing? Recalling my agents, yes. And now we pass the first player marker to Torvald, and then we're going to reveal a new conflict card and get some new cards and see what our life is going to look like next turn. So it's just Solari, Guild Bank Raid. That's fine. I don't actually really care about money. This is going to be the one where I could win. Like, this is going to be the one where the AI doesn't put any soldiers in, and I could just win it. I suppose Solari is useful. I mean, I could rally troops. I don't feel like I'm using Leto Atreides' ability, his Landsrad popularity. I don't feel like I'm getting the most out of that. So, I could use that a bit more, I guess. I don't know what she's doing. Oh, they're causing anarchy. Okay, here we go. 5 cards. Come on, give me a really good hand. I need a good hand. I mean, I want a good hand. Oh, come on, these daggers. Oh, that's not a good hand. That's a terrible hand. Well, at least I've got diplomacy. Um, yeah, interestingly, I mean, this is crazy, right? Actually, kind of. Because in the last game I played, it felt like the AI was dominating these influence tracks. But in this game, it's really felt like they've been dominating the conflict and not really doing a lot of influence, which is really interesting because it's the same deck. So I don't really know how that has come to pass. So, well, it's Torvald first anyway, so let's see what he's going to do. Or oh, hello. Hang on. Shai-Hulud's come to upset the game. Oh, time for you to go outside, missus. Say bye-bye to the internet, people. Oh, bye-bye. Get Chris to adopt her. I don't think she'd get along with his other two cats. Alright, what's Torvald doing? He is going to the Hall of Oratory where he's going to get a soldier. That's fine. Yeah, she wants to play too. Is there a prophecy on Arrakis about the great Halud that destroys the world? She did so well when I was playing this on my own. She came right over the board. She walked right over the board and disturbed nothing. And then she turned around and came back and just started hitting the pieces. Like, it's like, yep, that's about right. Alright, so I've got to come up with a plan here. I don't really care too much about this conflict. If I can, well, if this was a dice game, yeah, maybe she could play. She could roll for me, and then I can blame her if it goes wrong. I'd quite like to get in on selective breeding, actually, just because that would also get me a point with the Bene Gesserit. Rally troops would be nice, but I don't really have the money. It's not really a good turn for spice, just because the maker didn't put any out. The makers, but. I mean, basically, I'm 1 point off both. Oh god, I'm not even a point off of, oh. I'm not even a point off of the Bene Gesserit or the, Space Guild, actually. Yeah, this is where my strategy is beginning to fall apart, guys, because I don't really know what to do this turn. I've got 5 influence. 7 if I count my High Council seat. I mean, these two are basically not worth anything anyway. I feel like getting 1 soldier into the fight might be okay, but I probably don't want to do that till last. The Signet Ring would be good to use, because I've actually got the spice to pay for it. So maybe we open with Diplomacy. Maybe we can grab a secret cards with the Bene Gesserit, and that could be useful, actually. Or we can go to Wealth, and we could use Wealth to rally the troops. That would also put us 1 off of gaining the alliance with the Emperor, which would be potentially useful. We'd get 2 more troops and a point. I mean, that'd be 1 off of meaningful influence with everybody if I went to the Bene Gesserit. So, yeah, I'm just... I mean, if I'm going to use the dagger, I'm going to have to go to the top spot. So I think rally troops. So I think actually maybe Wealth and rally troops might be a good shout. Yeah. Oh, Hollenbeck, the highliner cost is five. Well, you probably can't see it actually. It's 6 spice. The highliner's super expensive. So unfortunately, I can't do that. It's good though; it gets you 5 troops and 2 water, but 6 spice, which I'm not even close to having. I managed to get a bunch of spice from a conflict in the first solo game I played, and I was able to do the highliner one time. It was great. Yeah, so I think I'm going to start by playing diplomacy to go into wealth here, and that puts me 1 pip up, and also gets me 2 Solari. And now we can go to rally troops if no one takes it. You could even, or I suppose we could use reconnaissance actually first, and then go to Arrakis and draw a card and see if that maybe changes our options. And with Arrakis we could pop 1 troop out. If we go to Arrakis last, we might draw a card with influence on it. This is where Paul Atreides' prescience would come into play, because then we could at least look at this card and decide if it was something useful to draw. The question is how I'm not really committed to winning this fight though. I don't really care actually. So yeah, maybe let's actually hold off on diplomacy for now, and instead of doing that, let's use reconnaissance to go into Arrakis, because then we can just put a soldier straight into the fight, and at least then we're possibly going to make some money, but also we can draw a card and then change our plan if it's useful. Hallenbeck, I have remembered it. Yeah, it's just it only comes out if... Oh, it's Gurney Halleck. That's useful, kind of. Except he plays into a blue spot where we just went. But he could be useful, and he's got influence on him. The Maker only puts out spice if there wasn't anyone in the space, and all 3 spaces were occupied at the end of the last round. So it's just a low spice round this round. Okie dokie, so it's time for the Beast Raban. And he's going into Carthag. And popping a soldier straight into the conflict. God damn it, I thought I had a chance for at least 1 round where I could just go uncontested in the conflict. Oh, and now Torvald's taken my rally troops spot. I hate this game. So many troops. This is relentless. I don't know why I'm bothering with the conflict in this. Wasn't this bad last time? Okay, so here's my new plan. I'm thinking maybe I play into still suits. We'll gain an influence with the Fremen. That gets us a point. And also we get a water, which is always useful. And actually, then we could play Gurney Halleck to go into Siege Tabor. We get another soldier. We get 2 more soldiers. We could draw a card for what it's worth. And we'd get another water. And we could decide to add some of those soldiers into the conflict at the end of the round if we thought it was important. Depending on whether Raban's added anymore and Torvald is added anymore. So I think that's what I'm going to do for what it's worth. So we'll head over here into still suits and with diplomacy, and then we can have a water and 1 influence, which gets us a point. Great. But we've unlocked the ability to go to this space, which is also good. We could also potentially go to the research station at some point, which is quite nice. Raban. Harvest Spice. Oh, he's at it. At least he doesn't have a shitload of troops. But that gives him exactly 7, which is another point. This is a low-scoring game, though, actually. But everyone's on the cusp of getting points on these influence tracks. Alright, Torvald. Also harvesting spice. I hope y'all didn't want any spice. That gives him 6. So he's on the cusp of getting another point as well. Right. So I could keep Gurney, which would give me 6 influence to spend at the end of the round. Or I can play Gurney now. I'll get 2 soldiers, 3 soldiers. Only Raban's left to go. He doesn't have any in here. So that means that unless he gets the Highliner card or the Hardy Warriors card, he's not going to add any more. So yeah, I guess let's play Gurney Halleck. And then we can put our guy in Siege Tabor, because we have 2 influence with the Fremen now. And then we're going to get 3 soldiers into our garrison. We can... One of them we gained from the space, so that can go into the conflict. 2 of them we gained from Gurney Halleck. They could also go into the conflict because we went to this space. So we could actually put them all 3 in here, but I don't think we want to. Because I don't think Raban's going to get any more. So I think we just put 1 in, and then that leaves us 2 in garrison, which could be helpful if there's a fight we want to try and do well in the future. And we also get to draw a card, which is just Dune, the desert planet, so I'm quite glad we got that out of the way this turn. Okay. Oh, and we get a water. Don't forget about the water. That's super valuable. Okay, and back to Raban. Yeah, so he's going into the final Imperial base. They are just nailing the spice, but he doesn't have any soldiers, so the good news is he didn't add any more. And that's actually also a bunch of those Harvest Spice cards gone. So, I mean, maybe there'll be a chance for me to actually get some spice at some point in the future. Shai-Hulud is back. She's trying to get it in. Like, the door, she's just pushing the door open, but she can just get her little paws in. It's adorable. I'm gonna show them. You're gonna... Oh, she's gone. I was gonna show you guys, but she's gone. She's gonna unplug something, and then this whole stream's gonna go down. Right. Okay, so it's actually back to Torvald. He's got no combat strength, so it's Raban. I mean, it's me to do my reveal turn, but Raban is just going to reveal 2 combat strength, and then I'm going to do my reveal turn. So I got 2 combat. I've got 4 plus 1 is 5 because of the dagger. So hopefully I've got this all locked up, and I've also got 6 influence because of the High Council position. So with 6 influence, we can buy any of these cards. But the problem is they're not really fitting in with my strategy too much. I want the Guild Administrator just because I like trashing cards, but I don't really think I'm going to get much use out of it anymore this game. I mean, it's looking like it's going to end with the conflict deck running out because we're all miles about it, but it could just beeline through the final points. I don't know. I don't know. The Sardaukar Legionary, the Legionnaire could be useful. Legion. The Sardaukar Legion could be useful. Just because I could use the influence of the Emperor. Do you know what? I'm going to buy the Guild Administrator and we'll see what happens. No, you just need two influence with the Fremen to go here. It says Fremen 2 influence above here to use Siege Tabor. So you have to have the first sort of point here on the ladder for that spot. Unless there's something more complicated going on there that I don't get. But no, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Let me check the manual for you guys. You must have 2 or more influence with the Fremen. Yeah, to use that spot. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm just going to buy the Guild Administrator and then we'll see what else comes out. I've got 4 more influence to buy something else. It's good. Oh, wow. I've not seen this card before. Worm Riders. Fremen card. Awesome. 2 spice. Wow. 4 swords or 6 swords. That's a great card. I can't afford it, even though I really want it. So I guess the question is, do we buy the Gunthopter? Like, the thing is, I'm looking at the board and I'm like, Torvald doesn't care about losing 1 garrison troop, and Raban doesn't even have any. So the text on it seems kind of useless. I like the 3 swords. I just don't like buying all of these cards and then not ever getting to use them. Because my deck is full of junk. Okay, let's buy the Gunthopter. I mean, we might as well buy some cards, right? And it's replaced with another Bene Gesserit Initiate. Okie dokie. Right, so that is my turn resolved. So we're going into combat, and we're going to draw a bonus card for Raban. Please don't draw something murderous. 1. So you guys have 1 space, which is okay with me. And then I get 6 Solari, and he gets 4, which puts him on 6. So he's 1 away from a victory point. Okie dokie. Raban is obviously preparing for a more influential victory card. Right. And then it's Maker. Again, no spice. So, recall phase. Endgame hasn't been triggered, so we're going to continue. The Mentat's in his place. So, I'll just return these guys. And these guys. And my guys. Okay. Come on, Leto. We're going to change history here. We're going to win this one. Like, believe in us. Conflict card. Oh, this moves along. I'm going to be first player this round. 3 raid stockpiles. Okay, so all of our level 2 conflicts haven't had any of the location conflicts in them. So that's a really interesting draw. I'm sure we'll find some in the 3rd level conflicts, although I don't know how many of those we'll actually get to do. But again, I'm not super invested in this. So we'll see how that pans out. But I do have a bunch of money, and not much to do with it other than rally troops. So I'll probably go ahead and take a rally troops action. I know a card had already come out, so for them. So probably most of the cards we'll see. Well, I don't know what we'll see this round. Maybe I should just go for rally troops right away. Let's see what cards I draw first, actually. How about that? So we've got the Arrakis Legion, the Bene Gesserit Initiate, we've got a Dagger, a Fremen Camp, and a Convincing Argument. Okay. A lot of influence. We've actually got 9 influence here, which is a victory point. We can get a Spice Must Flow card, which might actually be worth it. Problem is we have to use these cards. So if we play the Bene Gesserit Initiate, that lets us draw a card. And actually, what I'm thinking is maybe we play the Fremen Camp as well to just get some more troops on the planet between these 2 cards, and then we're down to 6. But maybe we'll, maybe we can get some more. I don't have any cards to play to any of the factions. All of my cards, that's crazy. I don't know how I've built a deck with no faction cards on them. I didn't seem to have this problem the last time I played either, which is nuts. I was going to say we could go visit the Bene Gesserit, but we can't. We can't visit anyone. It's like all of my friends have my number and nobody wants to call me. Yeah. I know those level 3 conflict cards are coming up. So I'm thinking it might be good to prepare some troops. You know, and then if we get Gurney Halleck or we get our Gunthopter, at least we're in a position to try and sort of sway that. I'm 2 points behind Raban, which I need to make up. And I'm not sure where they're going to come from either, because my influence is absolute crap. So I think, I mean, we could go Research Station. It's a big play, though, because it, if we went to the Research Station with the Bene Gesserit Initiate, we could draw 4 cards. Which is a big play, and I'm not really sure what the benefits of that would be. I think that might be one to hold on to, just because, that would be better used on a turn where it would matter more. I think the round 3 conflicts often have 2 points on them, so we kind of want to make sure we can win those, especially against Torvald's enormous army of whatever is going on over here. So the thing is, I was thinking about going to the Great Flat so I could use the Fremen Camp and get 3 troops, but that's going to cost me all of my water. And then I'm not going to have any water, and that's a problem because I need the water also to go to the research station. So what we could do is play the Bene Gesserit Initiate into CH Tabor, and then we could have another water and also a soldier, and that would let us draw a card. We could maybe make another plan when we see what that card is, and possibly go into the Haga Basin with that water, and then save our 2 water for some other thing next time. And then that would let us use the Fremen Camp to get 3 more soldiers, therefore just sort of shoring up our armies for the level 3 conflict cards that are inevitably coming out. Yeah, okay, let's do that, and then we can save. Yeah, let's do that. It's a good space, this one, actually. So we the blue honor. So we can draw a card first. So that's actually going to mean we're going to have to reset the deck. So here's hoping we get something good. Those intrigues can be a game changer. I had no idea how few end-game scoring ones there were, though. I thought there was actually going to be around 1 in 3, you know, was a end-game scoring card, but they're not at all. You know, it's actually far fewer than that. So it definitely feels like that's like getting the secret cards is almost like a whole strategy. But I think that there's more strategy to this than unnecessarily displaying here in my haphazard approach on my second ever play. Alright, here we go. Give me a really good card, please. I'd like one really good card, please. Lamp. Okay, well, it's the Guild Administrator, so at least I can get rid of a shit card. He lets us go to the Guild. Maybe we just need to shore up a ton of... if we go to Haga Basin in the Great Flat, then we won't have any agents left. Damn it! I was going to say, and then we could go to the Highliner, but that would have to be next turn. Okay, so that's resolved the card draw anyway. So we get one soldier who I think we should just pop into the conflict so we're at least there. Although, to be fair, most of my cards this round involve playing onto the board. I think we're almost certainly going to play onto the board again, which would give us a chance to move one out later. So maybe rather than committing now and potentially getting that soldier killed, which I've done multiple times already in this game, we'd be better off just putting him here into the garrison, or her, or them, putting them into the garrison, rather than committing them this early. Okay, well, that's that result. No, I get a water. That was the whole point. I get a water. There we go, another water, right. I need to spend some of these water, and also all these Solari. I think we're just building up for a big military thing, and we just have to hope we win that way. Okay, Beast Raban. Oh dear. He's playing into Conspire, so he's going to get an influence here, and also 2 more soldiers into his garrison. Looks like everybody's getting involved in the conflict again. And Torvald still suits. That's my spot, you jerk. So he's going in there, he gets a victory point, and he puts 2 into the conflict. Right, and this is why we were keeping our eye on it. So you can see about that. Okay. So I think I should play into rally troops because yeah, I think I should play into rally troops with the dagger because I need some more guys and I have all this money and I'm not even using it for anything. Okay. Back to Raban. Dun, 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 dun. So he's going to Hall of Oratory where he's just going to get 1 guy. And Torvald. He's trying to go to Conspire, but he can't because it's been taken. So it's Highliner. Shh. So he goes into Highliner. He puts out 3 soldiers and adds 2 more. I mean, that's kind of good in a way because we don't really care too much about this conflict, but he goes up there and gets 1 more point. And that's a problem because now I'm way behind. So now I've got a problem. Because, no, I don't actually have a problem. Do I? I might have a problem. Yeah, I've got a problem. Because basically, my issue now is that if I play a card I can't afford the spice must flow, which is a point. So that would be good to have. And that's a real shame. Because the spice must flow would be good to have. Ugh, I mean, I could buy the Spice Riders card, but I just don't know what the chances of me actually getting around to playing it are. Just because, I mean, it'd be great to have in hand, but it'd go into the discard. I just reset my deck, and there's, I don't think, all that many rounds left. Well, there's probably 4 rounds left, actually, because nobody's really close to winning yet, which is kind of crazy how that's worked out. I mean, I'm quite tempted to play the Guild Administrator, just because I'd like to trash a card, and also because I would like to, but if I play the Guild Administrator, I give up that point. For what reason? 2 spice? What can I do with 3 spice next turn? Selective breeding, I guess. 3 more spice and I could do the highliner. I mean, Torvald's won this conflict. He's got 7 soldiers in it. And actually, I can understand why he did that, because this Intrigue card gets him 3 and he gets 1 more point. And that's obviously something he's cognizant of. But I can't prevent that now. Actually, this is worth 2 points to him, because that 3 spice is also going to give him another victory point. Oh my god, this is 2 points for Torvald. And there's nothing I can do to stop it. Holy cow. I didn't even calculate that. And here I am going, how can I... So this 1 point really is kind of more important. This would be the first time I've ever ended a turn before I used all my agents, though. Thing is, 1 point with the guild, 1 point with the Spacers Guild, 2 points with them is another point. So, I use a point now, maybe I get another point in a bit. It's kind of the same thing. The Spice Must Flow is a cool card, but I'm probably not going to see it again before the end of the game. Oh, God. But then again, if I go into Fold Space, I'm not going to use that card either. And also, the thing is then I won't be able to put even 1 soldier into this fight. And if I can pop 1 soldier into the fight, I stand a fairly good odds of getting 2nd place. I don't know what the chances of Beast Raban getting a soldier in or 2 soldiers in are, but I have a feeling, I mean, I don't know what the odds are, but I think it's probably worth 1 soldier for 2 spice, potentially. The thing is, then I'm going to have a whole ton of influence that I'm just not spending on anything useful. Sardaukar Legion, maybe, but I just don't think I'm going to see any of these cards again. Maybe once, maybe once. Oh. I do need points. Like, so badly. I don't know where I'm going to get them other than conflict. So maybe the Worm Riders is the right choice, in which case I'm not buying Spice Must Flow. So maybe we skip over the Guild Administrator and just go to the Fremen camp and get some points that way. So let's play Fremen camp then. Ugh. Okay. And then we can put our final guy here into the Haga Basin. We'll spend 1 water. We'll gain 2 spice, which will convert into 3 soldiers. We'll put 2 into the garrison and 1 into the conflict. On the off chance that Raban doesn't come in. And then at least we can have some more spice. I don't know. This is the odds that are not looking. I'm banking a lot on just getting some points off of these cards here. But this whole combination of shit that Torvald's got going on, I didn't even clock. So he's going to Arrakis, so he will, in fact, add 3 soldiers to the fight. God damn it. He's actually going to get 2 soldiers out of this because he gets another one from his signet ring. And that counts as part of the same action, so he's actually going to add 4 soldiers to the fight. Well, it's a good thing that I didn't really care massively about this card. It's a shame that it's not enough to bring down Torvald. Because this prize means a lot less to Raban than it does to Torvald. So it would have been nice. I mean, who knows? Maybe he'll draw a great bonus card, but no, he'd need 6 just to tie. It's not going to happen. And then it's Torvald. Who goes into selective breeding and just... Oh god, that's another point for him. Torvald's got this, man. This has just come up Torvald. Everything's coming up Torvald, and I hate it. Okay. Right. So it's back to me, and it's my reveal turn. So I've got 7... 7 influence. And I think I'm just going to buy the Worm Riders, because why not? You know, why not get a whole bunch of swords? Again, they don't have the Fremen influence icon on them, which is nuts. And they're replaced with the Test of Humanity. Each opponent chooses discard a card or lose a deployed troop. That's okay. That's pretty cool. But yeah, like, where are the Bene Gesserit symbols? Not the Bene Gesserit, the Fremen. It's a Fremen card. Gosh darn it. Okay. And that's it. That's all I can do. Well, I set my combat strength, which is 2. I wasn't really trying all that hard. Alright. And then, Raban's is 8. And Torvald's is 14. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Oh my god. And then it's time for some bonuses. Starting with Raban. He's got 1. Damn it, Raban. I needed you to have at least 6. And Torvald, 2. So he goes up to 16. Good lord. And that is time to resolve the conflict. So the 3rd intrigue card for Torvald means that he gets another point. And then the 3 spice puts him on 8, which means he gets another point. And then 2 spice for Raban, which doesn't mean shit. And nothing for me, but I didn't really commit. I've got a huge army on Arrakis now, though, so you guys just wait. I'm coming for you. In this next one, I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. Alright. So Maker's turn. We're actually gonna get some spice out this time. And check for endgame. It's not been triggered, although it's a lot closer than it was moments ago. Let's get those workers back, those agents. God, Torvald going heavy into the influence spots that last round. Hexy Beast says, the thing that bugs me about this game is there's so much nice art in the cards, and then the board looks like this. Maybe if I knew more about Dune, it would be more appealing. Yeah, the board is very functional. It's not particularly attractive. It's not horribly unattractive, but also, if, you know, like the, if you didn't know these were the cities, it's kind of hard to put these to the cities or put these to the deserts. a very functional board, not a very attractive board. Right, Raban's going to become first player, which I'm kind of okay with, actually. And then we're going to reveal this conflict card. And yeah, there are those points. So this is the battle for Arrakis, so this time we're actually fighting for Arrakis. And it's 2 points for the winner. And I have no idea what the AI would choose from these two. I presume I just get to pick for them. And I'll just pick whatever gets them the least points. Because the rule, it has rules on the AI picking influence, but not wherever they have to make a choice about gaining influence. Yeah, it says about gaining influence, but it doesn't say about anything else. In the case of a tie, I mean, I guess I should probably, in the spirit of the rival thing, pick the two that get them the most points. We'll see. We'll see if it matters. Okay, so 5 cards for me. Please be good. I could use some really good cards. Alright. Nope. Terrible. Awful. Yay! Okay. At least I got my combat cards. Which is good because I'm going to be fighting this round. Who built this deck? Honestly, what an idiot. Okay. Yeah, let's start with Beast Raban. He's going into Carthag, which means he's going to get... Ooh, and these are reset. He's going to get 1 soldier in from here and another soldier in from here, and that's it. That's all that happens. So he's got 2 soldiers in the conflict. It's already getting invested. It's time for Torvald. Can you guys stop fight? Oh, God. Okay, so he's going in here. He's going to get 4 spice. Puts him on a total of 5. And he's going to add 2 soldiers to the fight. And then it's me. So, I think I've got the money to use Gurney Halleck's ability, and that also gets me influence. So I kind of want to save both of these cards, actually, for the reveal step, which means that I only have 2 cards that I can play with, which means that one of my spaces probably needs to reveal a card. Well, I guess I could play Reconnaissance to go into Arrakis, and that will get me a soldier that I can put right into the fight. I could add up to 2 more, which I will definitely do because I want to win these 2 points so badly because I'm losing. And then I can also draw a card, which could be pretty clutch. So yeah, let's do that, I guess. Or I could pay the 4. I could pay 4 to go into the Mentat space. What is the advantage of that? Not much, really. It lets me kind of optimize. God, saving up some spice for a Highliner sure would be nice. I'd quite like to go into the Imperial Basin. The only way to do that would be with the Gunthopter. And I really want to save the Gunthopter for its reveal step, because this is not really useful to me right now. It removes 1 garrison soldier, which is not all that useful. So, yep, I think I like my plan. Reconnaissance to go into Arrakis. We'll take that soldier, put it in the fight. We're going to add 2 more, so I'm winning. And then I'm going to draw a card. Please be a good one. Dagger. Oh, so good. All right. Over to you, Mr. Raban. Please don't put any more soldiers on the table. Oh, he be trying. But he can't go into Arrakis because I just did. Ha 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 ha. So he draws another card. Carthag. Oh, Carthag's also occupied, dude. Can't go in there either. Sorry, man. Third tries the charm, though. Secrets. So he's heading off to Secrets, where he now gets a point. God damn it. Torvald. Hall of Oratory. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Okay, so I think that I've got diplomacy, and I think I'd really like to get one more point at some point. So, oh my god, one more point would put me tying with Raban. This is not going well. It's annoying because I could play Gurney Halleck. Do you know what? Maybe I should play... Maybe I should play Gurney Halleck. To go where, though? That guy stole my spot. I'm just thinking maybe I should play Gurney Halleck, because actually I don't know if I necessarily need a lot more troops in the fight right now. Like, his ability... Well, it's 2 influence, though. And it gives me something to do with my money. Rally troops is kind of pointless because I don't have enough left over here yet. I need some troops to come back. I'm going to get those 2 with Gurney Halleck, so anything that gives me troops is kind of out. I need my Solari to trigger this. So what am I going to use? Where am I going to play? I've only got these 2 cards. I'm so tempted to play Diplomacy to go up here on the Empire track and just get like wealth, get some more money, so I could maybe take the Mentat space or something. But the thing is, then I'd be 1 away from getting a point with the Empire, but I don't know when I'm going to get another point with the Empire. I don't think I have any more cards. I needed more cards with these symbols on. I've also got 2 water, and I don't know what I'm supposed to use that for. I suppose getting some more spice would be good, because then I could potentially save up for a big highliner at some point. Stupid Torvald took the stupid Great Flat space before I even had a chance. That was annoying. Otherwise I would have definitely gone in there, got the 4 spice. So maybe we play the dagger, we take the Mentat, and then I just know that I need to get 2 more... Potentially, I need to get 2 more Solari, depending on what I draw and how it affects my turn. Man, this is why Paul Atreides' Prescience is actually really good. But also, it'll give me more control over this battle, because I'll be able to see... I'll be able to react to what they did more effectively. But then I've got the Gunthopter and potentially Gurney Halleck as well. So I don't think I'm too worried about that. Let's play the dagger. I think I might actually wind up playing Gurney Halleck. We'll see. So I'll play the dagger to go into the Mentat space, and I'll pay 4 Solari for that. So I can draw a card, and I can take the Mentat as well. And the card is Dune the Desert Planet. Absolute crap. Okie dokie. So annoying because it's been a couple of turns now where I'd quite like to have the Hall of Oratory space, and each time it's being taken. It's so annoying. Alright, back to Raban, who's going into selective breeding. Gains influence with the Bene Gesserit. And then it's Torvald, who's going to try to go to Arrakis but can't. So instead he goes to Hardy Warriors, which is going to get him 4 dudes into the conflict. Okay, so that's huge. God, they go from nothing to so many, and he goes up 1 here as well. They go from nothing to so many so fast. Okay, so now I need to solve this problem. So I need the money. So yeah, I think we play Diplomacy. and go into wealth. And that gets us the 2 Solari we need. It also gets us 1 point with the Emperor, so we really need to try and get that next point with the Emperor before Raban can. I don't know if that's going to be possible or not, but would like to claim that alliance. I just don't know if I've got the cards for it. I'll take the Sardaukar Legion if I don't get... I've got 5, 6, 7. I've only got 7. Influence, so I should take the Sardaukar Legion, I think. Right, and they're both done, so that's Raban's on 4 combat power, and Torvald's on 8. 12. God, it's nuts. It's nuts. God, it's nuts. It's nuts. Okay. I'm gonna have Gurney add 2 more troops from here into the fight. So that's gonna give me 10. And then I'm gonna have 3 swords from here. Which is gonna give me 13. I don't think that's enough of a lead. So I probably just want to play Dune the Desert Planet to play out my Mentat into the Imperial Basin, because then I can have 2 spice. And also add another troop or so to the conflict. The thing is, with the Gunthopter, I could add another troop, but I have to do it before I know what their bonus is. So I'm kind of just hedging my bets here on Torvald not drawing a big card. But actually, I mean, if he draws that card, he ends the game. So I think this is kind of the one where I need to commit. I can always go back to... I don't have any money. I won't have a lot of money. God, Torvald went from, like, nothing to tons of troops. Okay, but yeah, I mean, if he wins this, he ends the game here, and that's a huge problem. So, yeah, we'll go into the Imperial Basin. That gets us 2 spice, which means we're like halfway to a Highliner, and if we get into the Great Flat, which we can because we have the water, we can get the Highliner, potentially win another conflict. If there's another 2 points on the line, that could be huge. And so we'll add 2 more. Is that what we're going to do? I think that's overkill. No, like I just said, it's huge. So let's do that. We'll add 2 more, and then I'm gonna have to pass because I'm all out of folks. And I've got. I reveal these cards here, so I reveal the 2 influence, and these 2 opportunities. So I've got pay 3. Coins to deploy 2 troops straight into the conflict, so I shall do that. So I pay the 3 Solari, then I get to take these 2 guys and add them straight into the conflict. So that gives me 1 over Torvald. So I've got 7 to his 6. And then I also get to add 3 combat strength as well. So that makes my total combat strength 14, 17. So hopefully that's enough of a gap. And then I've got 6 influence, so I guess we can buy the Sardaukar Legion, because I really want to get that Imperial influence. And I'll reveal a new card here, which is the Imperial Spy, which I've never seen before, actually. Trash this card and gain a Intrigue card. Oh, I like that. That's cool, but I can't afford it. I'm 1 short. I could buy the Assassination Mission, but I'm not going to bother. Because I'm not going to see it again. The game's almost over. So that's my reveal step done there. And now it's the combat step, so we start with Beast Raban, who's going to get a bonus of 3, so he's going to go up to 7. And Torvald, who's going to get a bonus of also 3. So he's going to go up to 15. So that's a good thing I went all in on that. And now we've got a problem because we actually have to choose what Torvald wants. The question is, do I give him the 2 spice? That's going to give him another point. I don't think the rulebook has anything that covers this. But first off, I get 2 points, and I get to take control of Arrakis, which would have been useful probably a long time ago. And all of these troops are dead. And all of these troops are also dead. Everyone died in the Great War. This is very tragic. Yeah, so Raban gets nothing, of course, for being 3rd. And now, this is definitely not dealt with in the solo rules I have. I wonder if there's something about it online. Because obviously I could choose to give him another point. I'd really prefer not to. With that in mind, let's just do it and assume that if I lose to Torvald by 1, maybe I shouldn't have. I'd rather I should not have lost than I shouldn't have won. So he pays the 7 and gains 1 more point. Ooh, God, he's so close to winning. He was way behind Raban and I in the last game, so this is a development. Right, and that's the end of that phase, so it's time for the Maker phase. We're going to get 1 spice in here. And then, I haven't done a lot of Intrigue cards in this game, actually. That's just kind of the way it turned out. I had more in the last game. But Endgame's still not been triggered. So we're going to get the Return of the Mentat and the collection of the agents. These are my agents. And we're going to go 1 more round, at least. Okay, so it's the conflict card, and and the first player marker moves over to Torvald. And so it's another 2 points on the line. This is the battle for Carthag. See, so this is what I'm talking about. Is this where I'm going to do my catching up? We shall see. Okay, I've got 1 card here, so I'm going to have to reset my deck. It is the Signet Ring, not all that useful. Oh, but actually, potentially really useful. Hey, Jonathan, thanks for hanging out, and I hope you have, baby scan with the missus tomorrow. Congratulations, I hope it goes well. I'm sure that'll be fun and exciting. And yep, the video will be around. It's pretty much posted immediately after I finish recording the live session, so you'll be able to catch up with this in due course. Okay. Okie dokie, so one, oh God, come on. 2, 3, Gurney's back. 4. Oh my God, what? This is the exact same hand I just had. Oh, I'm not okay with this. I needed an Imperial Influence card. Damn it. I need to draw some cards. How am I going to do that? Well, do you know what? It doesn't matter. I don't need to worry about this right now. Because it's Torvald to go first. So let's see what he does with the last card in the Haggle deck. He's going into Still Suits. Oh no, that gets him another point. Shit. So he gets a water. At least that wasn't Raban getting the water, because that would have given him 3. But he gets a... Yeah, he gets the Alliance Trophy, which gets him 1 more point. So he's 1 point off of ending the game this round. And I don't think I have the wherewithal to catch him. Not with this crummy hand. I've not built a very good deck. I don't know how to build a good deck in this game. How do you play this game? Somebody help. Somebody help. Okay, so I think I'm going to start by playing Gurney Halleck into Arakeen, just because it gets me a card, it gets me a bunch of... no, I do want the Haga Basin, though. I'll take the Haga Basin first, I think. Because that gets me 3 spice, which would allow me to use the Highliner if I could get a Spacer Guild card. Otherwise, I'm just going to have 6 spice at the end of the game and, like, nothing to do with it. God. I suppose I could go into selective breeding. I can do that already, though. Although, actually, I would like even 1 more spice, so I can use prudent diplomacy and gain influence somewhere, potentially get a point. I'm still behind here and here. Hexy Beast asks, are there any games where you build decks of cards where the cards are numbered so they get stronger and it's sequential? There's lots of games that use sort of like deck stacking. I mean, this even has it in the conflict deck, where you have 3 degrees of conflict cards that escalate over the course of the game. I'm sure there are deck builders that have used that mechanism with the cards that come out. I just can't think of any off the top of my head. But I'm definitely sure I've seen it. So that you can buy better cards later in the game. Yeah, what was I thinking of? I mean, I suppose it's not a deck builder, but, you know, Through the Ages has 3 ages. And so the cards that come into the river for your tableau get stronger over the course of the game. Yeah, so you're talking specifically about deck builders or players are building a deck. I'm sure there's some. I can't think of any off the top of my head, though. But maybe it'll come to me. Right, we're doing Torval's card, aren't we? He's the first player. Fold space. Well, he goes and takes that thing. God, he is 1 away from... He's 1 Highliner card away from winning the game. If I could get... I need 3 influence with the Fremen to take that away from him, which is not going to happen. Oh, there's no way I'm catching Torvald. It's such a bummer. Okay. Yeah, so now I'm like even questioning what is the point in going to Haga Basin? Because I'm probably not going to get... I don't have enough cards that allow me to interact with these spaces in this game. I feel like I've missed out on that somehow. I could go to rally troops and just get some more troops on the board. I'm kind of meh about that. I like the idea of going to Arakeen with Gurney Halleck, so let me draw 2 more cards. And I could put 3 troops into the conflict right away. And I'll get a coin, not that that'll be much use, but... Hey Ralph, thanks for jumping in. Okay, so let's play Gurney. To go into Arakeen, I think. So that gives us 1 Solari, which is kind of useless, but it gives us 3 soldiers, which we can all put them right away into the conflict. Deploy an extra troop, so I think I'll put 2 in for now, and see whether I need any more at all. And then we also get to draw 2 cards. So I get the coin because I control Arakeen now. And that's thanks to the Battle for Arakeen card that came out in the last conflict. So I won that battle. And any player who took this spot would mean I got a Solari, but it always comes from the bank. So it's just sort of, I will get the extra money. Okay, so let's see if we draw anything actually useful here. Another dagger. Great. And a convincing argument. Fantastic. So that's all a bunch of useless bunk. And then it's time for Raban. Raban says he's going into the stupid... Oh, he'll go to the Great Flat or the Haga Basin, actually, because they're both an equal amount of spice. So I guess he goes to the Great Flat, because that's more expensive for me. Ha! I'm making this decision in my favor. Especially seeing as I made Torvald's last decision against my favor. That's inconsistent. It's got to be one way or the other. But it does say they go to the space where they can get the most spice. So, I guess in the event of a tie, I can choose. Okay. So then it's back to Torvald. Did I do 2 Torvald cards at the same time? Yes, I did. He's a turn ahead. Okay, we'll skip this turn for him. And come back to me. I must have got distracted chatting with you guys and done his turn twice at the start. I guess that worked out in your favor, Torvald, because you got that stupid still suits Fremen thing. Alright, what on earth am I going to do here? I don't know. I could play the Signet Ring to go into the Haga Basin and then gain an influence somewhere. I think that's my best bet. To get a point. So, and then I get also to have some spice. So we'll go in here. I'll gain 3 spice. So I can use the highliner, which I don't think will matter because I suspect the game will be over, but we shall see. And I can spend actually 1 spice, which I will do to gain an influence with the Signet Ring. I can also put 2 people into the fight, but I don't think I'm going to bother with that. And I guess I'll have an influence here, because I'm more likely to go and use that highliner if I can. And then that'll get me another point. Okay, then it's back to Raban. He goes to rally troops. Shit. Hate that. He did that. And then it's Torvald. Who tries to go to Arrakis but can't. So he goes to Carthag instead. So he gets 1 soldier into the fight and adds a 2nd one. Okay, so I need to actually put a soldier in. Which is fine, because I can with the Gunthopter, and I've got all these daggers as well. Although I'm going to play a dagger, I guess. But I don't know really what I'm going to play it on. Because the convincing arguments I can't play for anything. So the dagger's just going to send me somewhere up to the top. I can't afford to visit the Mentat. I could play the Gunthopter, but I really think it's a bad idea. So do I just go to the Hall of Oratory? What a bummer. I don't think I can afford to do anything else. Yeah. My limited options here coming back to haunt me. So we'll go up here. We gain another soldier here, and we've got 1 more influence for what it's worth. Puts us up to 7, which is kind of a bummer. Because once again, we're 2 short of 9. And then it's Raban, his final move. He goes up to Conspire, so he's just getting his army together. Oh no, that gives him this, damn it! Shit. I wanted that. I wanted that. It gets 2 more into here as well. Everyone's got an alliance but me. Screw you guys. Now I need 2 Emperor's favor just to get ahead. In that mechanism. Damn it. And I wouldn't even be stealing the points off the... Well, they're both beating me. This is terrible. But But he doesn't add any soldiers to the fight, so I guess they're just gonna hang around and wait for the next turn. Raban's got nothing left, so Raban goes up to 4 here. Sorry, not Raban, Torvald. He's got no people left. It's also me. I've also got no one left. What I do have is 7 influence, and it's such a bummer I don't have 9. I don't really care. I think that I don't think any of the cards I buy at this stage are going to come back into the game at all. I think next round's going to be the last round. Because I don't think Torvald can end the game this round now. So I'll buy the Imperial Spy just because if I can get enough Empire influence, I can get another point. Although at this point it's 2 Empire influence, so 2 influence anywhere gets me a point. I'd rather have a Spacer Guild card, honestly. We've got another Bene Gesserit sister. I've still got 5 influence. I guess I'll take the Bene Gesserit initiative because drawing a card can be useful. It's the Missionaria Productiva. So if you have 2 Bene Gesserits, or if you have 1 in play when she comes out, you get an influence. Well, influence is always useful, so I'll take her. Although, again, now I'm building a Bene Gesserit deck. What's that about? I'm not going to have this guy. What is that? Shifting Alliances. I haven't seen this before. Lose 1 influence and pay 2 spice to gain 2 influence somewhere else. That is pretty cool, actually. But I've spent 6, so I've only got 1 point. I'm not buying the assassination mission, so I'm done! Alright. So that's my influence spent, but I've got the, I've got 4 points here and the Gun Doctor. The question is, do I want to deploy another troop into the fight? Part of me says no, because it's currently tied, and then I'm going to get 4 extra. I think the odds of him drawing a 5 or a 6 card are very slim. On the other hand, I've got a lot of troops garrisoned on Arrakis, and but I don't know, now so does Duke Raban, so I mean, do I really want to play, like, what are the odds of Torvald drawing a 4 card? It's just 1 troop. I think we should do it, actually. That leaves me tied with Raban. But there's probably only going to be 1 more round. And if necessary, I can get more troops out, possibly. Ugh, I don't know, though, actually. Like, I think my 4-sword lead is pretty good. And I don't know how much... I mean, I have got the Worm Rider card. That might come out. So I do have more swords if necessary. We'll do 1 more into the conflict. Just because it's so important. 2 points. I mean, if he wins this conflict, he wins the game. So there is that. So I've got a total of 6 and the 4 swords, which puts me on 10. So Raban's not in the fight, and Torvald gets 4 swords. So what would that have meant? Oh my god, that meant we would have tied. And neither of us would have got anything. Yeah, because that puts him on 8. And my 2, my soldier got me up there. Goddamn Still Suits card. I hate that card. I hate that card. I hate it. Okay, so that was actually a wise gamble. Not a gamble, but a wise, yeah, you know what I mean. I've taken control of Carthage. I mean, I'm losing the game, but I also seem to have control of all of the towns. So there's that. At least Torvald's out of, the conflict. I mean, we've seen how quickly that can turn around, though. The makers bring out 1 more spice. And it looks like we still haven't ended the game, although we're so close. So I think there'll be 1 more round, and that'll be it. So, here we go. Final round. Oh, I need to make up at least 3 points just to tie. Oh, dear. It's interesting how my conflicts, which went so badly so early on, are now playing out in my favor. I guess, and it's like I said, it's just because there was a bunch of conflict cards in there, and then I just bought them all because, well, I had to. I didn't really have much choice. Yep, okay, so I become first player, and I'm going to reveal the next conflict card. Please have points on it. Yep, this is the Battle for the Imperial Basin. And it's got 2 more points on it. Okay. So another important one to win. Okay. Well, let's draw a new hand of cards. Probably our last hand for the game. Let's see what happens here. So we've got Sardaukar Legion. That's good. Worm Riders, good. Guild Administrator, that's good. Diplomacy. Oh, these are all the cards I needed before. Okay, so what we really want to do is play these 3, because that's worth 2 points to us. And the Worm Riders is 4 swords. But yeah, if we play these 3, then we get 2 points with the Emperor. We steal a point from Raban, and we get a point with the... So if only we could use the Guild Administrator to get... the thing is, I'm 1 spice short of the Highliner. That would have been such a good turn to play out the Highliner. But that influence I gained last turn is the same way I'm going to get a point with this. So, let's have a think here. Do I just play the Guild Administrator right away to go into Fold Space? Because I can't get another spice if I'm going to steal the point from Raban by going into the Emperor space. So I guess we'll spend the points on Conspire then. Yeah, so I think we go into Fold Space, just in case someone takes it, and then I can't go there. So we'll play the Guild Administrator to go into Fold Space. I'll take the card, even though I think it's kind of pointless. And that lets me trash a card as well, so let's find something shit to get rid of. Like these goddamn daggers. I'm never going to get to play them, but... You know. I mean, it's never going to matter now. This is the final round of the game. I'm almost sure of it. There's a slim chance that Torvald doesn't gain another point this round. A very slim chance. In which case the game will continue unless I can get to 10. Which seems unlikely. Or Raban can get to 10, which seems possible too. And then I get 1 point here, which gives me a point. So, that's good. Right. Oof. Alright, nobody go into the Emperor's spots. Raban. Well, he took the Highliner spot, so he's... That's bad. That's super bad. So that's 1 point of thing for him here, and now he's going to get 3 soldiers into the fight, plus 2 more. Okay, that's super bad. Yeah, because actually all of my positioning this round doesn't let me put any soldiers into the fight. I needed that Highliner space. Yeah, because I'm not going to be able to win this card. Which means, depending... Oh, God. Oh, this is stressful. Alright, it's Torvald. I got so... he's going into the Great Flats, and he's taking 3 spice. Which is kind of fine. Oh, God. That Highliner card was the worst. Well, I still have the Worm Riders, but yeah, how am I... How am I going to get these into here? I mean, the thing is, the Sardaukar Legion's reveal effect is deploy 3 troops from your thing into the conflict. So I could probably win this battle, but it just means that I wouldn't be able to get ahead of him on the Empire track, which might be okay. Alright, so let's do this instead. Let's play Diplomacy to go into here. Conspire, and then we pay 4 spice. We gain 5 Solari. We gain 1 point here, so now we're tied for Empire points with Raban, so we could potentially steal that alliance from him. We gain 2 soldiers into our garrison, and we gain an Intrigue card. Which is shit. Oh god, I don't need 2 Solari for anything. At all. Man, what a bummer. I was really hoping for something good. Alright, so this is Raban. Oh god, he's heading into the Haga Basin. He gets 2 spice. Oh, which gets him another point, actually. Yeah. And also 2 more into the fight. That sucks. I'm gonna have 5 to his 7. Oh, that's dreadful. That's not enough. Oh god. Do I really want to go in on this fight if... He's still got another turn to play as well. Let's Torvald first. He's going into Harvest Spice. Well, now I'm fucked, because I needed one of those spaces. Oh, God. Man, what a bummer. Why have you done this to me, Torvald? This sucks. I needed one of those spaces. Oh. Or I needed my Worm Riders another time. I suppose I could still play into Carthag with the Worm Riders, but then I lose all of the... I mean, I'm still only going to come second. I'm going to get 5 spice, which lets me play the Highliner next turn. If I have the card, which I'm not going to have, because those are my 2 space cards right there. Damn it! Oh, this is really tough. Good night, Haggers. Thanks for watching, man. Sorry, guys. I went into total, like, big brain mode here, because I thought I saw a way of, like, pulling this back. But it's so tight, and I don't think it's going to work. I've got so much money now. So I'm... No, I was thinking about maybe taking the Mentat, but I'd have to play my Sardaukar Legion card, which would be stupid. I mean, I think there is a point to coming second here. I just don't think it's... It's all that great. Man, that Highliners would have been so good. Okay, so I guess I play the Worm Riders then, because I'm not... Even if I got 5 into the fight, plus the Worm Riders, that gives me 14. He's got 14 here. He'd have to draw a 0, and then we'd be tied and would get no points. So I think I'm better off... I think I'm better off actually playing the Sardaukar Legion to take the wealth space. Which gets me 2 more into the garrison. But what it does for me... It also gets me 2 more of these, but what it does for me is it puts me up here and lets me take this from him. Which means he loses a point and I gain a point. Alright, Raban. Ah, he tries to go to wealth and he can't, because I'm there. Ha! He's pissed off I stole his shit. Oh no, well he just got another point by going to secrets. God damn it. And then it's Torvald. And he just goes into oratory. Oh my god, I think we're going to have the epic final round. I really thought this was going to be the last one. But I think there's going to be one more. Because I'm done. So I've got... this Worm Rider's card has come to nothing, which is heartbreaking. I've got 3 influence with which to buy something. So I think I'll buy Shifting Allegiances, actually. Just because I could potentially optimize my influence if I get this card in the final round. I don't think I will, but you never know. It's also better than nothing. And we reveal a voice. Choose any board space. Opponents can't send their next agents there this round. Oh, that's cool. These Bene Gesserit cards are neat, and I had not seen any of them before. And I think that's it. I think that's all that happens here. And then it's Raban's turn, and he just gets 14 military here. And Torvald also gets nothing. So he gets 2 points and takes control of the Imperial Basin. And now we've got one more round. And it's neck and neck. Oh my god. Okay. The Maker puts out nothing. There's no end game yet, so the Mentat goes back that's not being used, so we're just reclaiming our agents. And moving our first player marker back to Raban. I'm quite happy to go last this round, I think. I feel like I'm in a good position here in the conflict, at least. I have a lot more soldiers than they do. I just need to get them deployed. So this final card, I hope it's got points on it, because I've got so many soldiers. Nope. But gain 2 influence, which could also be a point. Ugh, okay. I'd have liked to see some points there, but never mind. I've got 4 cards here, so let's see what we've got for the final round. We've got 4 cards, and then we're going to shuffle and draw 1 more. We've got the Fremen Camp, Reconnaissance, the Arrakis Liaison, and the Bene Gesserit Initiate. Okay. Alright, so where are... So there's only 1 Alliance token left, actually. Which is the Spacing Guild. So really, what I could use here is a Spacing Guild card. I'm so unlikely to get it. Also, I'm going last, so they'll probably get into the Spacing Guild before I do anyway, and take it. But, yeah, getting a Spacing Guild point here could be huge. Hexy Beast's comment got held for review by YouTube, so... But he's asking... Oh, that's green. What a stupid thing. He's asking what these meeples are meant to represent. I believe they're people in cloaks, right? They're supposed to be like shadowy agents. They're like people wearing hoods and cloaks. I think that's what they're supposed to be. Oh, God. Please give me a Spacing Guild card. My Folded Space card would actually be really nice here. Oh, I didn't... Did I take Conspire last turn? I did, didn't I? I forgot to draw my... No, I did draw my Intrigue card. It was Windfall. It was so bad I forgot I drew it. That's right. Now I remember. Okay. Why is that held for review? You know why that's held for review, Jonathan. You know what you did. He wrote naughty stuff. He said they looked like butt Bugs. Okay, so come on. Oh, no, it's another Bene Gesserit initiative. Well, at least we can use these cards to draw more cards. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. We currently have enough to buy the Spice Must Flow. We could just end our turn and have one more point. Then we'd all be tied. But I somehow have a feeling like these guys are going to get one more point if I don't do anything. So we start with Raban. Hardy Warriors. Oh god, that gets Raban another point. I forgot that he hadn't actually got this influence point yet. So Raban gets... Oh, he gets so many troops out. I hate this. He goes up here, he gets another point. Oh, that's no good at all. Now I need 2 more points. Where am I going to get 2 more points from? I'm definitely not going to steal his Bene Gesserit alliance. That's for sure. Okay. Right. So, I think we play... Oh, no, it's not us yet. It's still Torval. Okay, I want to go to Arrakis, so don't take Arrakis. Selective breeding. Is that a problem for me? No, not really. I don't really care about that. Okay, so I'm going to play the Bene Gesserit Initiate, I think, to go into Arrakis. Because then I get a soldier that I can put out in here, plus 2 more I can put out in here, and also I can draw 2 cards, and I get a Solari. And the 2 cards thing is the most important thing. Sardaukar Legion, that's not particularly... That's not bad. And the Signet Ring. Ugh, I mean, actually the Signet Ring could be much, but I still need that Spacer Guild card. Okay, back to Raban. The Hall of Oratory, that's absolutely fine. Waste your time there. And Torval. Still suits. Okay. Not a fan of it, but it's fine because he's already maxed out on that anyway. He sends his one guy into the fight. Okay. I've got so much money. I think I take the Mentat, because then I get to draw 1 more card. I could play the Mentat with the Bene Gesserit Initiate, but I think if I play the Mentat with the Signet Ring, I can also pay my final spice to go up 1 more space there, which I need. So, fingers crossed. So we pay 4 for that. We get to draw a card. Please have the thing I need on it. God damn it. And we can take the Mentat, which we do need, and also we can pay this spice to gain a insight somewhere. So I think I'm going to go here because I would like to go up 2 for the Bene Gesserit here, but if I do, it's not really going to change much. Whereas if I can grab that alliance token, that's huge. Because it denies the point to them. Okay, so it's back to Torvald. Conspire. That's fine. Actually, he goes up. He's tying with me, though, so he doesn't get the alliance token back. And he just gets 2 more people in here, which is funny, because he's never going to get to play them, I don't think. That was Raban, sorry. Now it's Torvald. Fuck! Damn it. So he gets the alliance token. And now I'm 2 behind, and I don't think there's anything I can do about it. The tiebreaker is also leftover resources. What is the first tiebreaker? Even if I could draw even with them, I think I'd still be behind on the tiebreakers. This is really hard. Why is the tiebreaker not here? In the case of a tie, the first is spice. Well, I'm screwed because they both have way more spice than me. So yeah, I think that's game. Because I don't think I can get 2 points. I can't even see a way to do it. I think that. What's that? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play the Bene Gesserit Initiate to put down our guy in here in the research station. We'll pay the 2 water to draw 3 cards. That's gonna give us a total of 4 cards to draw. We're gonna also put 2 soldiers into the fight. So here we go, 3 cards. We played the Bene Gesserit. We also played this one. We actually played all 3 of these so far. So there's Dune the Desert Planet. We've got the Missionaria Protectiva. That could be huge. We've got the Guild Administrator. Bit too late for you, my friend. And the Diplomat as well. Great. Well, those 3 are all helpful. I'll tell you why in a minute. But I don't have the spice for the highliner anymore, so I can't take that action, which is a real bummer. So I think we're still fucked. But let me just have a look here. I'm gonna be... Oh, God. I need, Raban's gonna come second on this, though. Yeah. I need an influence card that, like, gives me a point or something massive. It's just not possible. Damn it. Because I'll let you know my little strategy here. My thinking was, if I can get this point here on the Bene Gesserit, that's 1. If I can get up 2 here, that's 2. And if I can buy the Spice Must Flow, that's 3 points, which puts me on 11. Which is actually a win. So maybe can we? But I can't figure out how to get this. I can't figure out how to get the 2 points I need there. It's that one highliner card that's fucked me on the Spacing Guild. Because if I play the Missionaria Protectiva, because I've got 2 movements here, right? From this card, if I win this conflict, which I will, because I've got the Gunthopter and the Fremenkamp. And I've got, well, the Fremenkamp's kind of irrelevant, but I've also got the Sardaukar Legion. So I've won this fight. So that's 2 movements, right? So I can hop up 2 on the Spacing Guild and steal that from Horvald, which is fine. That's 1 point, though. I can buy the Spice Must Flow. That's 2 points. But I still need the 2 movements over here, and I can only get 1 with the Missionaria Projectiva, which means I'll tie with Raban, and he's going to have more spice than me. So I need that final movement, and the only thing I can do is try and get hope that if this intrigue card or this intrigue card has point on it, basically. How much influence do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Or get 6 more influence. It's a shame about this spice over here, man. Yeah, so what do we think the odds one of those end game cards are in the top two cards of that Intrigue deck over there? I don't think the odds are very likely. Um, oh, it's going to be so close, and that's upsetting. Um, who knows? Maybe I'll buy a card down here with my remaining influence, and something will come out. I wish I had one more play. One more agent. Maybe I should have played into here earlier. I forgot about it, kind of. But I think that... so the question is... I mean, I think that we use the Mission Area Protectiva to play into Carthag, because it gets us another person in the fight over here, and I don't see why not. Yeah, and the Bene Gesserit deck is what wound up happening. I mean, like, I literally was building a Fremen deck or some shit. I don't know. And I wound up with all the Bene Gesserit cards. We could play Diplomacy, but, and then go into Secrets, which is kind of much over much. Either one of these will achieve the same thing, so it's just a question of whether we want to go... But, I mean, if we go into Carthag, we get a coin and 3 soldiers, so why wouldn't we do that? Yeah, okay. So... we play the Mission Area Projectiva, put our Mentat into Carthag. That gets us Solari because we control it. We also get a soldier, which we can put straight into the conflict. We can add 2 more from the garrison. We get 1 movement because we have another Bene Gesserit card in play, so we go up 1 here. And then we draw an Intrigue card. And what we need is an Intrigue card that either gives us influence with Bene Gesserit or a point. And then we've won. Otherwise, no, that's useless. So, it's all going to come down to this final thing. Okay, so I'm done. Beast Raban's turn. He's all out of actions. So he's going to get 8 power here. And then it's Torvald. He's going to get 2, which is not going to mean much of anything. And then it's back to me. So I've got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, wait, 9? Is it 9? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9, 10, 11. I've got 11 influence, so I'm going to buy the Spice Must Flow because it gives me a point. And then I'm going to buy the Assassination Mission just in case another cheap card comes out that could make a difference. It's not, so it doesn't matter. Put those into the discard. And then I can deploy up to 3 more troops from my garrison into the conflict thanks to the Sardaukar Legion. I can actually add my final troop with the Gunthopter as well, so I might as well. I might as well also play my ambush card because it's the final combat. So I've got a total of 8 swords plus whatever that is. 1, 2, 3. I think this is every soldier I have. It is. 3, 6, 9... 12, so that's 24, 28, 31, 32. So this flips over to a plus 20 side. Is there an award for this? So I've got 32 to 8 and 2, but they might have a bonus. I shouldn't actually play the ambush card yet, to be fair. It's still my reveal phase, technically. I can actually hold that until after the AI have revealed their cards, which of course would be pertinent if in any other round, but it's not pertinent in this round. And of course I forgot to add my point, so there's my point for the Spice Must Flow. Right, so then Raban reveals his bonus card. Oops, that's in the wrong holder. Which is... wait, who's first player? Yeah, Raban. So he reveals his bonus card, which is nothing. And Torvald reveals 2. So Torvald goes up to 4. I mean, if Torvald had tied with Raban, that would have been great. But it's still irrelevant because they both still have more spice than me. So I win this card. And Torvald comes second. Raban comes second, so he gets 3 spice. Um, and he gets an intrigue card, none of which really matter. Well, except it will matter because he's going to win on that tiebreak. But I get an intrigue card, and I also get 2 influence, so I'm going up 2 with the Spacing Guild, which lets me steal this point from Orvald. So I go up 1, he goes down 1. And now I get also to draw an influence intrigue card, and if this has a point on it, I win, and if it doesn't, unless it has a gain 5 spice or steal spice from someone, if it has 1 influence on it, all I need is actually +1 influence with the Bene Gesserit. Please. Fuck! Oh, +1 influence with the Spacers Guild. Damn it! I could have won this turn if I'd known I was getting that card. Ah, oh, that's crushing. It's fine. Damn it. So, that's the end of that. The makers would actually make a ton more spice, but it doesn't matter because we're going to go into recall. We're going to check for endgame. The game has ended on both counts, actually. And Raban and I have tied, and then he wins the tiebreaker because he has more spice than me. Damn it. 1 point away there. Oh, God. That was so close, man. So close. Oh, I'm crushed. I'm kind of pleased, though. I'm kind of glad I didn't just waltz into Sardaukar victory and win my first one, but I'm also pleased it was super close. That was fun. I actually really enjoyed that. That's interesting. Both of the times I've played this solo, I've really enjoyed it. I have some issues which we can talk about. But overall, man, that was so close. I really thought I was blowing that. I really thought. I mean, the reason that's annoying is because I thought that was going horribly, because it was for most of the game, going horribly. And then I just kind of managed to make up that lead right at the end there. Somehow, I managed to pull that back. With a bunch... Well, it's because I wound up with those combat cards, and then right before the big fights happened, you know? But, you know, we were playing on Sardaukar, medium difficulty. We had Atreides. He's a level 2 difficulty character, so, you know, a little bit more complexity there. I did win on the easier difficulty, so it's probably a good thing we upped it for the live stream. But, yeah, it was tough. And I still don't really feel like I have any control over this. I know a lot of people have... because, like, we didn't even touch on the cards in this deck, really. If we have a look at, actually... Because I bought quite a lot of cards. I bought a lot more cards in this game than I did in my previous game. And bear in mind, these white ones are the reserve cards, so they don't actually come out of that deck. So, yeah, but I would not really... I didn't really want to buy that many cards, because I prefer to build a sort of a good deck that does what it's supposed to do reliably than a deck that's sort of chock full of cards for the sake of it, and that's kind of what I felt like I ended up doing. So I ended up buying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cards. So, I mean, we start with 5 on the table, so we only saw 12 cards drawn from this deck the whole game. And I think that's kind of a huge problem. Like, I like basically everything else about this game. I mean, Dune works really well for me, because I love Dune, and I think it's so cool. Oh, the Shia Lute is back. Hello, little paw. I don't know if this is just going to... You guys see her little arm reaching the door there? Hey, Bonbon. Does she want to come say hi? I don't know. Hold on. He's disappeared. But yeah, so like I think the thing is like I would like to see spaces on the board that allow you to manipulate that marketplace. I mean, I think the thing is, I think that and what I've heard, yeah, the kitty wants spice. Hey, Bonbon. Her name's actually Bonnie, but of course that immediately turned into something else. But yeah, so what I was going to say was like people say that the marketplace turning over is not a problem in a 3 or 4 player game, which I can imagine it probably isn't. In fact, I imagine then it becomes okay. So I should preface this by saying I really don't like deck builders with fixed marketplaces, especially when they're small. I mean, sorry, not fixed marketplaces. Fixed markets that come from an offering that comes from a deck like this, like where it's replenished immediately. Like, don't get me wrong, like, you know, hello. Obviously, you know, something like something like Dominion, where the marketplace is set the whole game, or the what was I gonna say? The original Machikaro. That's Shai Halud is here to destroy the world. The Great Devourer. That's fine because you know everyone's got the same access to the same cards, so it's about observing a strategy where you know from the offering available, which is fine. I think the thing is, like, with Machikaro, there was this problem where there was, like, it was solved. So that's a problem. With Dominion, it's not a problem because there's so many cards that it's really just about finding the best combos in the selection available and then building these uber combo machines, which is great and feels great. But the big problem with something like Dominion is downtime and stuff like that. Especially if also someone else has got a great machine going that takes a lot of time to execute on their turn, and you don't, and then you draw a terrible hand and you just know you're waiting 10 minutes for your turn, and then when it comes around it's over in 30 seconds and then you have to wait again because you draw up at the end of your turn. And anyway, the point is, the other problem is this is the other way of approaching it, where there is a fixed offering of 5 cards, and whenever someone buys a card it's immediately replaced. But the problem here is that the cards you want might not be available to you when your turn comes back around. You may have never had a chance to get them because someone else bought them. There's only 5 cards on offer, so in a 4-player game, 3 of those cards are probably going to be gone, if not more. You know, also, like, it could be the case that a bunch of cheap cards come out, they all get bought up, and so naturally the marketplace moves into the expensive cards no one can afford, so by the time it gets round to your turn, there's only expensive cards, and then you can't even afford one. You know, so then you end up buying the reserve cards. This card is kind of miserable, and the only thing it's good for is getting some money to buy more cards. You know, or a Fremen deck if you're doing that, but it's not really good for that. I mean, and that's the thing, like, it's kind of, these cards are kind of interesting because it really feels like some of them do an enormous amount of stuff, and then others, a lot of them don't seem to do a whole lot. Like, the Shifting Alliances card is really cool. Although it costs 2 spice, which is very expensive. But then, like, the Imperial Spy, that's a cheap card that does a bunch of stuff. It's interesting that she can only be played into the Empire. That's kind of restricted, but the Worm Riders does a huge amount of stuff. It's an expensive card. But, like, and then Gurney Halleck does stuff, but I mean, I think I bought the interesting cards. Like, the Bene Gesserit sister is nice because of the flexibility on the bottom, but the places she can play on the board are very limited. And also, like, she doesn't have any white box text, and that's kind of a bummer. Like, I do wonder whether or not what the ratio of cards with white box text to no white box text is um, because like I feel like, whoa, the Fatican Death Commando is awesome. Kwisatz Haderach, 8 cost. If this came out early, that would really limit the marketplace. Send one of your agents from anywhere to any board space, even if occupied. I mean, that's an amazing card. Reverend Mother Mohim. If you have another Bene Gesserit card in play, each opponent discards 2 cards. Oh, that sucks. I can see this really annoying some people because it's kind of a mean card. I think it's cool, but also if you reveal her to spice and to influence. So yeah, some of these are great. The Chome Dictatorship. Oh, look at that. When you buy it, just gain influence with everyone. But that doesn't do a whole lot. But I have not seen any of these in the 2 games I've played, because I only reveal about 12 cards. And the likelihood is when I do play again, I'm probably not going to see any of them. You know? That doesn't really look like Jason Momoa. I mean, it's kind of accurate. It's okay. I haven't seen the movie yet. But like, I think with deck building, I like to see stuff like I would like to see spaces on the board that interact more with the deck building, because if the deck building is so important, and it is quite important in this game, and the natural comparison is between this and the Lost Ruins of Arrakis, right? Because they came out roughly at the same time, which doesn't mean they need to be compared at all, but they just happen to. But they also have very similar mechanics in the mechanisms, in the sense that they have worker placement and deck building, which is, you know, not necessarily meaning that they're very similar, but they actually do feel a bit similar. But the big difference is that in this game, the cards are completely tied into the agents. So you need a card to send an agent to a location. Whereas in Lost Ruins of Arrakis, you still need to do that because you have to pay the travel cost with the cards to send the agents out. But you can play the cards independently of the agents as well. So it's like where in Lost Ruins of Arrakis, you play those cards out like one at a time to do a thing. In this, any of the cards you don't play, you just play them all in this reveal phase, and then they all have this secondary effect that happens in the reveal phase. And that's okay. But, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. But, I mean, I guess when there's so few cards available, you really want to make sure that you have a good deck that's giving you the cards you want. And the cards are so important when you get to play so few of them. Sorry, that's what I meant by when there's so few cards available. When you get to play so few cards, you want to make sure like the 2 cards or 3 cards you play each turn are really, really good. So you want to make sure that you're building a good deck to get the cards that you want, you know? And Shahilud wants to leave, I think. Bye. Stopping in. Oh, no, you don't know. You're such a cat. Okay. She's still here. So, like, and that's the thing, like, the only card here on this board, there's the only space that lets you interact with your deck at all is, well, there are the 2 card draw spaces, right, which is fine, but that's, you know, not really modifying your deck. That's kind of making up for the shortcomings. Like, extra draw is basically compensating for a bloated deck. And then over here, this is the one, right? Selective breeding. Trash 1 card and then draw 2 cards. Good, but it's expensive and it's hard to get in here. Like, it's expensive. I'd like to see spaces where it's like, search this deck here for, like, I don't know, the first Fremen card you come across, you can buy that card, you know, or something like that, you know, or like, reveal the top 2 cards of your deck. If either of them have an alignment, you know, you can, you can search the deck here for one of the cards that matches it and buy it. The problem is that because you only get your influence during the reveal step, there's not really a way to buy cards during the gameplay. And, you know, I'm just spitballing mechanisms. You know, it could be anything. but it would just like more trash or more or some way to search through here, or even a space that just lets you trash like the marketplace, the Imperial Row, like a space that's like, get rid of the Imperial Row and replace all those cards with new cards, or get rid of the ones that you want to trash. Um, or like a space that's like put a like a bit like that one card we just looked at, where it was like, oh no, who had it was an ability, right? It was her manipulate ability on Helena Richie's, where it's like remove and replace a card in the Imperium row. During your reveal, turn this around. You may acquire that card for one less influence. So something like that, but on the board. So like if you see a card you really want, because you don't know, like chances are, if you're the first player, you're going to reveal first and have first choice of these. But you never know. Like someone might pass early, especially if they don't have cards in their hand they want to play, or there's something here they really want, or if there's one really good card. So it'd be nice to have a space on the board that lets you sort of do something like that, where you can reserve a card and then maybe have it at a discount or something like that. Or I'd like to see a way to like remove more trash or something. I don't know. It feels like the deck building aspect in a solo version of the game, and I understand this is also kind of a problem in the two-player version, is that there's not enough turnaround in the marketplace, so it doesn't feel like you have a whole lot of control. And in a sense, in this game, I kind of had to just tailor my strategy around what was available here in the marketplace, rather than being able to actually build my own strategy, for two reasons. And one was that I didn't have enough choice from the 5 available cards to start tailoring a strategy. There just wasn't enough cohesion with what was available. And it almost feels like you can't really build your strategy around that anyway, because you just don't know what's going to become available, And that's I think that's another mechanism they use to get around that in other games, is they have like a like maybe the top card of this deck is face up, so you can see what the next one that's coming into play is, or you have like or you have like multiple cards, or you could even have like in some games they have 2 rows, so there's like 2 marketplace rows, and they tick over, so one card drops off, they move down, another card fills up the top, something like that. I mean, that happens in Monumental. The problem with that in Monumental is that it means that by the time it's your turn again, in a game with with 3 or more players, by the time it's your turn again, the cards you were looking at are all gone. So, like, I don't think anyone's ever found a really good fix for this, which is kind of a bummer, because I feel like that's the first thing you should be looking to fix if like one of your core mechanisms is deck building, and you've got a fixed market like this, and there are ways around it. Like I said, I've never seen something that's really cool and elegant, and I would like to. And if you know of anything, leave it in the comments down below or point it out. I'll definitely check it out. But for me, like, my preference has always been just a fixed market of available cards, because, and to an extent, this does a little bit of that with the 3 reserve cards, right? Except that you can't even buy Folded Space, and the Spice Must Flow costs 9. So I feel like if, that's like almost a whole strategy. I don't know what a good endgame score in this is. Obviously, the victory point track only goes up to 12. So I don't know if it's... you can get more than that. It says in the rulebook, if you get more than 12 points, just keep counting them up. But it seems like they don't expect you to get much more than that. Both of the games I've played, this one obviously ended with 2 on 10 and 1 on 9. My previous game ended with me on 11, Raban on 10, and Torval on 8. So, it seems like this is kind of a reasonable sort of end game position. And so yeah, I mean, the Spice Must Flow card, you're probably not going to see a whole lot of those coming out. Yeah, Eddie says maybe house rule it to refresh the market at the end of each round. And I know a lot of people that have done that. They've come up with a house rule where one of the cards is burned at the end of each round and replaced, or burned at the end of each reveal phase or something like that. I mean, again, because it's a house rule, people have various different versions of it. But I don't I don't particularly like house ruling it, partly because there's two sort of problems I have with that. One is like if you play it with someone who's played it before, you're suddenly like, oh, the game's different now. And it's kind of a minor thing, so I don't think a lot of people are going to be too upset by that. But the other thing is, it's like, okay, we're going to play this game now, but we're going to play my version of it. But also, primarily, the reason I don't like it is because I feel like these things should have been fixed at some point. And I think that I think they know that the game's not. I think the game was sort of. It feels like the game was kind of intended to be designed for 3 and 4, because the solo mode includes 2 AIs and the 2-player mode includes 1 AI. So you actually play with the House Hagel deck in the 2-player game as well. So there's kind of like this house doing bits and pieces, which is fine. I actually kind of like that. I prefer that. I prefer the idea of sort of an AI taking up spaces on the board. I prefer that idea to, and quite literally, Torval's 1 card cost me this game, which is fine. Like, I like that, but like, I'm okay with parsing the AI or executing the AI at 2 players, but I definitely feel like if that's the case, then they should have also tried to fix this at solo and 2-player mode, because it seems odd to include rules for like a deck of cards for AIs and solo play, and then not fix this problem. With even a simple rule like we tested it, and the best way to do it is burn 2 cards at the end of the reveal phase, or the best way to do it is make the marketplace 10 cards instead of 5, or something. I don't know. But I think that kind of issue is synchronized with, but not wholly the same as my issue of, I don't think there are enough worker placement spaces on the board that interact with this deck in this marketplace, or that affect your deck. I would really like to see you having to choose between what you're doing here normally, which is getting involved in this conflict, or gaining influence and resources, and and uh, and maybe being able to improve your deck somehow. Um, I always wind up with more Solari than I need as well. I don't know if that's a problem, but it feels like because the High Council space and the Swordmaster space are only used once per game. Then once those are used up, the only thing to spend Solari on is the Mentat and the Rally troops, and they're both good spaces, but it's like just 2 spaces where you can spend this money. I mean, Gurney, a card in my deck, actually let me spend it, which was nice, although I only used it once. But still. I mean, the reason, I'm moaning is because I do quite like the game, actually. Um, I thought it was pretty good. Like, I would definitely play this with people. I like this a lot. I like this a lot because it creates player interaction. I mean, it's not huge. Like, it's not like massive amounts of player interaction. But I like that it also adds this importance to the turn order and waiting to see what other people are doing and whether they're committing. And there's this sort of management of putting troops in and taking troops out. I like that a lot. I like the intrigue cards a lot. I like that, that you can hang on to them. I think that this is... I hated this. I don't know if there was... This one was alright, the Poison Snooper. But the Windfall card that just gave me 2 money, God, that was completely pointless. I ended the game with 8 coins. So that was kind of pointless. Oh, there's the Secret Sisterhood. That's what I needed. Who ditched that card? One of the AIs burned that card at the beginning of the game. Damn it. But yeah, so I really like the intrigue cards. I like the idea of hanging on to those and not knowing if someone might have an ambush card as well to win the conflict and stuff like that. That's a lot of fun. Um, and yeah, I don't have a problem necessarily, although I haven't played with other people, so I don't know. I mean, I like that the Bene Gesserit cards here are allow or sort of leaning towards creating player interaction. Oh my god, she's literally here in the green screen. um, yeah, so I like that this exists and gives that player interaction. Um, but I can see how some people might get cross with that, especially like I mean, some of these cards are really expensive, but some of them are also like super powerful. Like particularly that Kwisatz Haderach card. I love that this exists, but it's so expensive. Like I'd like to see sort of hey, Bumble. I'd like to see so many. I'd like to see maybe like some really powerful cards like this just available in a marketplace, face up on the table. You know, so like you can sort of build a strategy towards getting these, or even like I don't know why the deck building isn't tied into these spaces. You know, like because they have these affiliations on these cards. You know, all of these cards are like basically affiliated with these 3 or 4 spaces. I mean, there's not very many Space and Guild cards, but they do exist. So it's like when you come here, buy one of their basic cards or something. So you're doing a bit of deck building during the game, and then at the end of the game, maybe there's a randomized marketplace with super powerful cards, or you I don't know. I just feel like there was a much better way to do this, and I really think they missed a cool opportunity to make that better. Um, Jonathan says, have you tried Arnak solo yet? I haven't, Jonathan. But I don't know if I necessarily, like, I think at the moment, when I compare the 2 games, I think Arnak's a better design overall. But I really like June, and I feel like the theme in this kind of is doing a lot for me. Um, so I don't know. I think I'd like to play this with other people, and maybe I'll play a game of Arnak solo on BGA just to see what I think about the overall comparison. But I think at the moment, Arnak is probably a better design, just because it feels a bit more like you can do more with the cards. The deck feels a bit more flexible. Each time I've sort of had a goal for my deck in that game, and I've kind of been able to pull it off. Whereas in this, I feel a lot like I'm just at the mercy of whatever came out. And then I kind of have to build my strategy around that, which is not very fun. But like I said, I think this needs to be played at 3 or 4, or else you house rule the deck at 1 or 2. Um, but I didn't come away from Arnak going like, I mean, the thing is, neither game mechanically really does anything that like sort of sets my world on fire. I'm not like, you know, I mean, they both take 2 pretty basic mechanisms and combine them in a way that creates a sort of a middleweight game that is, you know, um, perfectly fine. Like nothing to write home about, but nothing, you know, but neither game I would have a problem with playing. Um, but I think that, you know, people are so passionate about the June and the June IP that this gets a lot of mileage out of that. And I do think that there is something quite fun about this. But I do think that this does a reasonable sort of with the intrigue cards and the conflict. It does a reasonably nice job of abstracting away these sort of interesting elements of the game. Sorry, of the IP. Jonathan's downloading the David Lynch movie. Jonathan, just wait and go see the new Denis Villeneuve movie when it comes out. Um, yeah, so I mean, I think that's kind of my wrap up. Jonathan says he thinks the board looks horrible, and he's going to give an award for worst looking game. I don't think it looks that bad. It's not beautiful, but it's perfectly functional. The Mentat looks like a train driver. I can't remember these little hats. This guy, I mean, he just looks like a train driver, but um, yeah, the David Lynch movie is pretty. You'd be better off with the miniseries that came out in 2000 or 2002 or 4. around that time. Um, but I haven't seen the new movie. I'd like to. But yeah, I don't think the game looks that bad. I mean, I think the art on the cards feels almost like it's not quite done, which is kind of funny. Like, it kind of looks like they were sort of like they almost finished the art and then they just kind of stopped. I don't know. But what I do like is that even though it's based on the movies, they actually went and drew it all. So I do like that it's not film stills. I don't know. I just prefer art in board games to photos. That's a personal preference. So I do like that it's drawn. Um, yeah. Difter says the game is not 90% minis, so 0 out of 10. I mean, there was a deluxeification pack you could get if you bought it pre-order from Direwolf directly, which is kind of annoying because, like, it came with a bunch of soldiers to replace these cubes. I think this token here was a miniature, and all of these alliance tokens were also miniatures that represented the different factions. I couldn't care less about any of that, but there were 3 additional cards for this deck that were in that deluxe pack. Actually, I don't even think they were in the deluxe pack. I think you got them if you pre-ordered the deluxe pack. And I remember looking at the 3 cards, and one of them was quite a significant character from the books. Actually, do you know what? I don't know if it was. I think it might have just been alternate, because now that I'm looking through this deck, I think it was Duncan, but Duncan's in here. So I think it might have just been variations on Duncan and Jessica that were in there. But I think it's kind of a bummer that you can't get those cards now. But, you know, I mean, the thing is, the deluxe pack was like $55. This was also $55. So you're basically paying the cost of the game again for some miniatures, which I don't think it really needs. Welcome back, Shai Halud. All hail the Great Devourer. Oh. Yes, we hate these influence cubes. Yes, we hate them, don't we? Kill them. Kill them all. Is she ruining that microphone? She's eating the microphone. Come here, you little troublemaker. Oh, I think this might be the end of the stream, guys. I think this might be the end of the stream. Arr, 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 arr. Yarr, arr, arr. Get him! Get him! Kill him! Kill him! Destroy! Murder! Arr. Wanna go? Wanna leave? Want to go? What are you doing? Okay. So I think, yeah, I think that might be the end of the stream. But, yeah, I mean, I think the game is, like, it's not cheap, but do I recommend it? I don't know, man. I only recommend this, I think, if you're super into Dune, or you really like the IP. Like, as a Euro game, or something like that, I don't think it's doing a whole lot for me. I don't think you need this and Lost Ruins of Arnak. Again, unless Dune is a thing that you really must have, in which case, then you don't need Lost Ruins of Arnak, I think. But I mean, the thing is, like, a lot of people I know are going absolutely wild for this game, so maybe it comes to life with multiple players in multiplayer. So I'll have to give that a shot. I will give that a shot at some point and see what I think of it. But even the solo mode I thought was reasonably pleasing. But again, yeah, Dune is cool. We like Dune. And this does play in a shorter time than Dune the actual game. Also with fewer people. So there is that. And I'll be interested to see what they do with Rise Vix. Apparently it's going to do something with the marketplace. Hopefully it does something interesting that fixes it. But Jonathan says it's not cheap, but it looks it. Nah. I mean, they probably could have done something better with the design. But on the other hand, you know, it's functional. At least there's that. Like, I have seen a lot of these games where it's not, you know, it's not even functional, and that's a problem. Anyway, this is the end of the the sleeper has awakened. That's StarCraft, isn't it? Or is that a StarCraft reference to Dune? God, it's been a while. Yeah, that is Dune, isn't it? Anyway, right, I'll be back maybe this week to stream with Chris, or else on my own to stream something else. We'll see what happens. Thanks so much, everybody, for joining me on this live stream. I hope you enjoyed Dune Imperium, and I hope my final thoughts were, or my thoughts at the end here were somewhat helpful. And if you're interested in getting the game, I have no idea if it's available, but I feel like it was selling out pretty quickly. But yeah, thanks, Jonathan. Cool, guys, and I'll catch you in the next stream. So thanks everyone so much for watching, and of course to the patrons who support the channel, thank you so much for your support and for keeping all this kind of content coming. Thank you so much. We got some cool new bits and pieces for filming some more in-person series, so hopefully we'll get back to doing that at some point soon. But I know we got a lot of stuff planned. We're very ambitious, and so more updates on that coming in due course. But in the meantime, yep, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the forthcoming stuff, and don't forget to leave a comment down below letting me know what you think of Dune Imperium and the marketplace. And Jonathan, enjoy David Lynch's Dune. That'll be fun for you to experience for the first time. Yes, and if you want to see a particular game covered on the channel, so this is here because it won a lot of Patreon votes this month, and so if you want to see a game covered on the channel, then you do get to have a bit of input into that, or you get a vote every month, and also you can message me directly anyway and leave me messages and say, we want to see more of this stuff. So if we've played something you'd like to see more of, like Swords and Sorcery Ancient Chronicles, then a great way to influence that decision making is by becoming a Patreon. Or, you know, if you really want to see me do Mage Knight, or whatever. But also, you know, it just helps us keep making content, and that's what we want to do. We want to make more content. I want to make. Michael only wants to make more content if we're playing friendly cooperative games. But, we'll get around to some of those. We've got Descent Legends in the Dark to look at. That'll be fun. And Mage Knight 2-player could be fun. Thanks, Difter. I appreciate your reminder there. Yes, the votes. Get some votes in. Cool. And of course, if you do go for a higher level pledge, eventually you get a mug, and you also get your name on the end of the show, just like right now. Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video.